Dear colleagues, esteemed guests and fellow scholars, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you all to the opening of our conference. The conference is entitled Give People a Break, Rethinking Opinion Surveys in the Caucasus and Beyond. Put this as a question, or put this as an assumption, or put this as a statement or argument we make. Today, we gather from various corners of the world, united by a shared commitment to understanding and re-evaluating the methodologies and implications of opinion surveys in the dynamic region of the Caucasus, the Eastern Partnership region, and its broader global resonance. The topic we convene is to explore today not merely academic issues that we encounter in public surveying, but profoundly the consequential for shaping policy, understanding societal dynamics, and fostering meaningful dialogue within and beyond the Caucasus region. As we embark on this journey of inquiry and reflection, we recognize the imperative of critically examining the methodologies, assumptions, and narratives that underpin opinion surveys in current difficult times for Armenia, Georgia, the Caucasus, and for the world in general. Indeed, opinion surveys serve as a crucial tool in understanding public sentiment, guiding policymaking, and informing public discourse. But the major issue here is to understand how we approach fieldwork as the basis of social research, how frequently we can approach people, and when we shall give people a break. This is all about our conference today. It's major idea that we try to communicate through this event. I wish us all a productive conversation, discussions, and forming new partnerships, trying to collaborate on this very difficult topic and in these very difficult times. Indeed, to reflect a little bit on Armenia, I would say that we are now encountering a huge difficulty in understanding public opinion, and we will talk about this in details afterwards. So here I will stop, and I will I will give the floor to my colleague from CRRC-Georgia, Goba Durbanidze. Please, Gobajan. Goba, you are muted. Can you please unmute?
Sorry. Thank you, dear Sona. Greetings, dear participants from Tbilisi, and welcome to the conference. We are here today to discuss how to improve public opinion research in very diverse and very challenging environment, like Sona described. This task is always helpful, always useful to discuss among professionals, practitioners, academics, but this is especially vital and very significant in the current context. We all know what we face beyond nuts and bolts of research. We face bigger challenges in the region, which is backsliding of democracy, and conflicts are on the rise almost everywhere, internal or between countries. And right now, as we speak, nuts and bolts of research become a little bit irrelevant because as we speak, my fellow citizens are getting ready to protest against the law on foreign influence, which threatens significantly our profession in multiple ways. It stigmatizes researchers who will be labeled as foreign agents because we are almost always exclusively foreign funded, not least because local actors don't want to fund research, increases polarization in the society, and at the same time threatens the very foundation of our work. It creates an environment where citizens will not be free to tell their opinions and their concerns to us, to let us then convey these opinions and concerns to policymakers and other citizens. We all understand these challenges, and we are here to support each other to overcome them, and not only them, but also methodological challenges that we face on top of the challenges that is imposed by worsening political situation. Now, in this context, discussing how to improve our work, how to serve people better is very important. Now, serving the people is not an exaggeration. We do serve people by empowering them, at least in two ways. So we let them hear about concerns and needs from different segments of the society, and then we aggregate those and bring to policymakers with the hope that they will be addressed and solved. Not always, but at least there is some communication mechanism between citizens and politicians, which I would argue that would be much weaker without us. Now we keep repeating the quote that we heard from a good and esteemed sociologist, Richard Rose: by counting people, we make them count. So our work and our continued improved work is very important, not only for us, not only for our self-satisfaction, but for our societies, to improve and strengthen democracy and to make every citizen's voice heard. To address these questions, I'm very grateful to my colleagues from CRRC-Armenia, to our partners from University of Uppsala, to my colleagues at CRRC-Georgia, who put together a very diverse group of academics and practitioners, because these issues that we are dealing with right now goes beyond pollsters. This concerns of wider research community and practitioners community. And I hope that these diverse discussants in these 2 days will help us to understand where we stand, what challenges we face, and hopefully how to address them. Thank you, and really looking forward to fruitful discussions today and tomorrow.
Thank you, dear Koba. Thank you very much for this welcoming speech. And now I will give the floor to our colleague, Lee, from Uppsala University. Lee is the head of government department at the university and our colleague in this important initiative and this project that we are realizing together. Lee, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm very pleased to be here at the conference to be able to say a few words of welcome. Uppsala University is participating in this project by also providing the financial possibilities through the Swedish Institute. And I'm very glad that the Swedish Institute decided to actually go for this particular project, because in my view, these are really important issues that are going to be discussed these 2 days. They are important in the regional setting where most of you are, I guess, but they are also important overall, I think, globally, because, you know, the survey society is definitely here, and questions about, for example, fatigue and giving people a break and so on is actually not only hypothetical or theoretical, but really important to address in order to make, you know, the surveys being really answered to by those who are, but those who we want to reach. So I think there are a lot of many fascinating topics discussed here on these 2 days. I also want to say a few words personally, and that's that I myself has worked with both CRRC-Armenia and with SONA, not least, and CRRC-Georgia on a project on elite attitudes a couple of years ago, when we made a wave of two studies in each country. And it was such a pleasure to work with these 2 very professional organizations. The results were also quite fascinating, and I hope to be able to do that also in the future, to contribute more, also to survey research, and not only being like the, I don't know, the mentor in the back, which I am today. But still, it's fine to be a mentor or a funding partner. So I wish you all the luck for the conference, which I think is so good and fine organized. Not least the poster that you have constructed would attract a lot of attendance, I think. So really been a good work, and I look forward also to see what comes out of it afterwards and how we can move forward to maybe some kind of joint perceptions about what could be the best ways to deal with a number of things that are challenges. So yes, good luck.
Thank you. Thank you, dearly. I really truly hope that important collaborations will be born from this conference, and our own collaboration will benefit and continue. Goba and I will have an opportunity to reflect on our local context more during the next phase of the conference. At this moment, I think we will stop here, and we will wish you all the best with this event to all the participants. Thank you for being here. Thank you for discussing this question with us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much to Sona, Gopa, and Lee for giving an excellent welcome remarks. And we want to take the floor from you kindly and carry on with the rest of the conference. I'm just now waiting for my colleague, Zach. Zach, please appear on the screen. There you go.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello.
So perhaps a quick introduction to everyone who is attending the conference. Zach and I will be your hosts for this conference, and we would be happy to convene different sessions of this conference. I am Haik. I am Deputy Research Director at CRRC-Armenia. Zach, do you want to introduce yourself?
I am a researcher at CRRC-Georgia.
Yes, and we have put together this very interesting conference collaboratively. This is happening due to the kind financial support from the Swedish Institute, and the project is being implemented with Uppsala University, CRRC-Armenia, and CRRC-Georgia. And this project under which this conference is happening is called Rethinking Surveying Public Opinion Integrity Project. And this actually means that the conference is not the only component of this project, as we will also have some follow-up activities upon which we will reflect and share more information with you in the process of the conference, as well as after that. But for today and tomorrow, we have put together a very interesting program, and we hope that this will also be engaging. We hope that this will be in many ways challenging for the standard ways of doing opinion research in the South Caucasus and beyond. So for today, we have, right after our quick introduction, we have a keynote address by Hans Gudbrod on rethinking surveys visually, lessons from East Timor and the relevance to the Caucasus. Very, very interesting also in terms of comparing different experiences. And then we have plenary sessions, which start with a facilitated dialogue. And we end the panel discussions with another panel on why does everyone measure public opinion at the same time? I think a question that we quite frequently have to ask ourselves or each other. Then we have a very interesting session coming up after that, which is Sip and Chat session. And here we will try to challenge again and question the surveying and its traditional methods, and trying to look beyond. And there we also have very prominent colleagues joining us. And then we will wrap up for today, and we'll hope to see you again tomorrow as the conference will continue with opening up more brackets and more topics. I think this is it for now. We just want to encourage your engagement and active participation. And I will pass it on to Zach for some technicalities, and we will begin with our substantial components.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, so I'll quickly go over just some technical things with the Zoom. As I'm sure you all noticed, this is being recorded. There'll also be screenshots taken throughout for promotional purposes. For the attendees, also I'm sure you noticed, but your microphone and video is deactivated. So throughout, though, we do encourage you to ask questions. You'll see on your screen there is a Q&A tab. So there you can type in your questions, and at the end of each panel, the moderator will go over your questions and ask your questions for you. We'll also be taking some polls during the conference, so please engage in the polls. For panelists and hosts, you'll be able to access the chat function. So during your panels, if you need to communicate anything, you can use the chat for that. I'll also note that views and opinions of panelists are not those of the conference organizers. And if you will be quoting any panelists for any posts like social media or publication, please make sure to contact those panelists directly for their permission before doing so. If you would like anyone's contact information to follow up with, you can contact any of the conference organizers, and we can share those things with you. That basically covers everything for the technicalities. And so I think we can continue from here.
Perfect. Thank you, Zach. And I guess it is now official that we are beginning the conference. Give people a break. Rethinking's opinion surveys in the Caucasus and beyond. And we will leave you for now, and please stay with us. And our keynote address will start very soon.
Hi, everyone. I'm sorry there was a mix-up between Google Meet and Zoom. I'm here. I'd be ready to start if I can present. And nice to see some familiar names.
Yes,
Hello,
Hans, please go ahead.
All right. So this is going to be a mix of researchers here that are here. And I originally wanted to talk a little bit about something different and more abstract, and questions that were in my mind about how to run surveys that came from the context of having done surveys with many of you in CRRC-Armenia and CRRC-Georgia, and then having the challenge about 10 years ago, time passes, of doing a survey with people who had never really done a survey before in East Timor. And I found that making things very, very visual was really a very good way of going about it. Now, all of that is, of course, comes now in a context. And so I was even thinking about, to what extent can we sensibly talk about these very abstract questions when certainly in Georgia, I with one eye, so to speak, I've seen that in Armenia, the situation is also one of at least protests, probably slightly different, certainly different configured than in Georgia. But what does it mean to talk about research at a time when some of our friends and colleagues have personally been attacked and beaten? In my case, actually a good friend also beaten by the police. And the last night's incident, which I just put on Twitter, is literally 80 meters from where I live, where policemen just started beating people incredibly badly. And if you follow me on Twitter, you will have seen that I've made a relatively clear point, and I don't think that that's an exaggeration at this point, to say that what goes on in Georgia right now is a coup against the constitutional order. Because if policemen feel that they can beat people up in front of cameras, surveillance cameras, so to speak, then we know that things are not great. Now, by the way, I will need the screen, so whoever is on the can give me the screen that would be wonderful, so that I can show my presentation. Can you make me a discussion?
You should be able to share your screen, Hans. Please try. If not, we can work around it.
Well, it says that the host has disabled the ability to show anything.
How about now?
Okay, let me try again.
Yep.
Yeah, here we go. Super, thank you. So anyway, and then I thought, what would make sense to talk about in the context where we are. And again, I realize this is not the situation in Armenia, but where in Georgia it does feel like the constitutional order is under assault. And how do we think about these things? And so I tweaked my talk a little bit to this and to that question. And I was wondering, so given that this was from a different presentation, but it tells, I think, a broader picture of what I want to tell, that right now we see that in various ways, people, communities, livelihoods, Armenia has had its own experience of this recently, are under attack and under assault. Now, those are configured in different ways. In Ukraine, it's happening, of course, for a lot more than 2 years now. Georgia, it's quite recent. And my sense is this is, if you're not from this region, this is coming near you. This is something that will happen to you as well. And so what is the role there as research? And so I'm now not talking less about the ethics of what is the everyday kind of situation, but really zooming out kind of research under the modes of emergency and what might be ethical frameworks. This is also from another presentation, but it says, I think, something that is right, that there aren't really very good there isn't very good guidance to that. And what often gets rolled out, to use a neutral word, gets rolled out as ethics in a context of research, is almost a set of standardized rules. And some of you will be more familiar with this, some less, that researchers in resource-rich universities get told, well, if you go and do key informant interviews, you will have to have a metal suitcase, a metal box that's lockable, and in this particular way, so that you can actually ensure the confidentiality of that. But those are rules, and they're kind of fixed, and they don't, in my view, that one of the disadvantages of these rules is that they don't really adapt to a particular context. And so I thought, the question, what in terms of scholarship, and when you think about these things, what can we offer? And this is a question that I've pursued in other fields. Several of you will have heard my presentations on that in other ways, but I think it's worth zooming out on. And it's worth zooming out on, again, moving away from, we are at an Ivy League university typically with lots of funding, with high scientific standards, and rather ask, in the midst of a kind of potential emergency, what do we do? One of the things that I found useful as guidance when I started thinking about these questions about how the past gets mobilized, and I'll say a few more things about that in a moment, is to go back to a multidimensional framework. And the value of multidimensional frameworks is that they don't just cover one particular aspect. They're not meant as checklists, but rather as issues to consider. As Michael Walzer has put it, as frameworks for constant scrutiny and imminent critique. Yeah, so that this is what you can use this for, scrutiny and imminent critique, but also to ask yourself. And in the just war theory, as the Oxford philosopher Jack McMahon has said, this is, while lots of things in philosophy are contested, and often people have the impression that everything's really contested, this is actually a theory that has stood the test of time, and an approach and a framework. And it asks that, for example, it points out that you don't just need a just cause, for example, saying, oh, well, but international law or territorial integrity, you also need a right intention. You need to make sure that you have a right intention. You need legitimate authority. In a country where you can't protest for peace, you can't really have legitimate authority if you beat up your own citizens if they protest for peace. It's also the case for Russia, of course, also the case for Azerbaijan. And you need a couple of other criteria. The criteria that are on your right, in some ways, for many of you, are familiar because they've been codified into the Geneva Convention. Yeah, so they've really been adopted, and other conventions. They've been adopted into the framework. Now, what does this mean in the case of commemoration? Again, some of you will have seen this. This is the approach that I call the ethics of political commemoration, where I make the argument this kind of framework is transferable to other contexts for how the past gets mobilized. We have pretty good theories about how we talk about political legitimacy in the present, who has what kind of voice, how things are to be negotiated in society, whether you take the kind of theory of justice or Rawls, we don't really have a lot of theories about how the past gets mobilized. And this is an attempt to provide a kind of paradigm for that discussion, an attempt. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's successful, but it's a paradigm, and new paradigms offer their own puzzles, and they offer their own questions and have their own gaps. And there's a lot to work out. And so when I was thinking about what I could offer at this point, when maybe some of you also, especially in Georgia, are sitting there and going, well, but we have terrible news literally every 30 minutes about someone getting arrested or beaten up, or what is going on at this moment. So how does this matter? Well, I'm tempted to think that we could probably transfer something similar, and this is very tentative because I've only been trying to adapt that to the particular context that we're in, and I don't even have a proper name for these categories yet, but something that may be an adapted context of that, where we're thinking more flexibly, not in terms of we always need a disclosure form from the people that we're going to ask, or we have to have this level of confidence interval, otherwise it's not serious research. but rather where we go, and at the same time, we don't just scramble and improvise and just go, well, we need to do something, so we're going to do this, but rather have a framework that allows that constant scrutiny and imminent critique. And I don't really know what the right word would be, whether it's jus interveniendi, the justification for thinking about impact and intervening, so to speak, as a social scientist in the actual realities on the ground. When you're not just commenting for a peer-reviewed paper, but rather you're thinking, what do you actually do? At the top, this is some of you will be familiar that the Prime Minister of Georgia yesterday or the day before said that clearly the voters that voted for his party were more intelligent than the voters. So that's a social science claim. It's a bit hard to verify that, but it's just one example here where I looked at how do the interviewers rate people's responses, and it seems to indicate that actually the don't support at all is actually a very small number. So there we might have problems with crosstabs, but otherwise seems to indicate that actually the smarter people broadly, those rated as more intelligent by our interviewers are more pro-Europe. But just as one illustration of how these things are right there in contemporary debates, this is Caucasus Barometer data 2021. But when you go through this, and this is again very much work in progress, I think a just cause, it's absolutely a just cause, a defense against authoritarianism, a defense against an attack on the very notion of this kind of science that we do, and actually at the institution of CRRC in Georgia also. And the intention, one can probably articulate this better, but my first thought was promote real citizenship. And with real, there are a few things that go. People that take their own decisions, allow them possible to criticize, potential to weigh your own evidence. And then the legitimate authority becomes an interesting question because you won't have an IRB, you won't have an internal review board, and you might need to take a decision. But maybe exactly the location for these decisions are institutions like think tanks, because they kind of have a structured debate about it, more reasons. And then I think also this criterion of a reasonable chance of success, so that you should look at problems you can actually solve. This is not my point. Ruth Levine and Lawrence MacDonald have made that point, that this is what think tank research should focus on more generally in their 12 steps to doing policy change. I just put that in the chat. If you have never looked at that, look at it. It's probably one of the best pieces of advice in think tank work that you can ever read. And they make this point that often people try to solve these ultra big questions, and that rather the task that they took for themselves is asking questions they can actually solve, policy issues rather they can actually solve, not necessarily questions, but policy issues they can actually solve. And then you could talk about standards of, and again, all of this is adapted under the other column here, that would be the equivalent of jus in bello, jus per interventum. I'm not even sure whether the Latin grammar is correct for this one, but you could think about proportionality. That there are standards for truth that we typically use for academic research. It's very different when you're in the midst of an emergency. And normally we have this idea of protecting on competence, but I actually think that there are perpetrators, and we should also not be under this illusion that, well, in the end, everyone's just trying to do their own thing. No, there are actually people that are trying to harm others. And I think it is legitimate to think about how to stop them, how to stop these particular individuals and their messages. And I think this is something one should actually think about, because otherwise you're just kind of sitting on the benches and giving potentially a commentary 2 or 3 years later. And then it's over. And freedom is may not be recoverable. You all know this from this region, or we know this in this region, that this can really happen. But that at the same time, the stricture, so to speak, that we have in jus in bello, that you try to avoid cruelty. And you can even argue that this is tactical, that it allows people to cross over, not to injure people at a deep point in their dignity in such a way that they feel they cannot, that not all of them at least, or try to minimize it, that it should be possible to cross over and join the other side. So very, very provisionally, these are some thoughts. I'm going to illustrate them here. Well, I don't really have that much to say about this, but there's really this question of right intention that I think, and all of this I would need to elaborate further. I think one could say that there's a kind of guiding people towards an exercise of rights. You don't necessarily need to go along with an idea of rights. So maybe one can formulate that differently as well, as I said, work in progress, and maybe an academic possibility there also. But then also questions of legitimate authority of what one does. And I think that your authority is located at universities and maybe even more at think tanks, because the think tanks can react more quickly and ideally are not kind of in the midst of teaching and a million other things. And one way in which, of course, also university authority was used and I think sensibly exercised. Some of you have signed that letter, some of the people in the audience and are familiar with this, that, for example, one German professor distanced himself. So for the non-Georgian speakers here in that audience, it's the supervisor urging supervisor Otto Luchterhand urging his former doctoral supervisee to withdraw this agent on foreign influence letter. So there is authority in the universities, and I think it can be used in all sorts of ways, but it also in terms of internal consultation, that when one does things that begin to be tricky, that this is a process that's internally, one does think about what the trade-offs there are. And then I'm repeating what I was saying before, that what are the reasonable chances of success? So what are the things we could potentially focus on? Now, some polling is going on. This is old polling. I understand that the numbers might not even be so favorable, so to speak, for the people that are against this law. But here is really useful guidance that one can give to a public. So on the top picture, you see that this data from last year, NDI data, CRRC data, that last year at least, 66%, 2/3 of the people under 35, age group 18 to 34, were against this law. And actually, really a very small percentage were in favor, and that the older groups were really, really starkly changes there. And then things to explore, that one knows that even the ruling party, sorry, going back, even in the ruling party way back when, yeah, I'm not saying that that's the case. A lot of people say it should not have been adopted. So 28% say it should not have been adopted, and only 41% were only less than half say it should have been adopted. And so then the questions come: how could one potentially reach some of these people, and what are the tools for that? Maybe Facebook experiments or other things. So this, I think, would be an example of things to focus on. And then this question of proportionality. Typically, here is just an image of when you type in IRB, Internal Review Board rules at American universities. These are the images you get. And you can't see this because it's going to be too small. But on some of the arrows, I can barely see it now in particular case, but says, well, 20 days, business days for this step, and then so and so many business days for that. And practically all the things that you look at here are 4, 5, 6 steps, and it can take many months. And I don't think that this is the appropriate approach, but at the same time, you need something that still has a moral discussion in there, or moral consideration, constant scrutiny, and imminent critique. Now, the chance also is at a time when there is a lot of widespread and horizontal protest, but there's an emptiness on the political side where the political parties realize that they don't want to deter people from this kind of political horizontal mobilization of filling the particular void. And one way, there was a discussion, article maybe a week ago, and I mean, seems like 5 years ago now, but where people made the argument, well, there's so many things wrong with the hyper-politicized NGOs, and this was made by a Georgian and a foreign scholar. I felt it was a deeply disingenuous piece of research, or no, it wasn't even research, I should say, deeply disingenuous piece of writing. And then the question becomes, but it's clear that this hyper-polarized NGOs that rhetoric is working for lots of people. And I'm drawing to a close also so that we still have some time for questions. But it's drawing to that this is attractive to lots of people. And I think then testing out, and again, Facebook may be a tool, all sorts of things may be a tool, but hammering home the point to those that are in the middle, that don't entirely know, or maybe softly against the NGOs, that you just point out to them, well, 31 members of parliament are actually their allegations of high-level corruption mostly unexamined, and 30 prime ministers, ministers, and their deputies. And sure, if you're a robber, you think that anyone who points out that you're robbing or that you may be robbing, you think of them as partisans. So then it doesn't become the face of maybe an NGOnik that people might not particularly like because they see them as privileged compared to themselves, but rather it becomes the phrasing is money gets taken out of your pocket. And this you could even do with A/B testing in terms of Facebook and put some advertisement. And this is something I think that can be done and should be done. Secondly, this is a very astute Georgian friend of mine who lives out in the village, mostly in Samegrelo, has made the point. A lot of these people really out in rural areas don't understand. For them, Europe's very abstract. It's maybe where their children or nephews go to work, but it doesn't necessarily impact on their lives. But he said, if you really explain very well what a truly Russian future might mean for Georgia, that it isn't going to be some kind of recreation of the great days of the Soviet Union and everyone's happy and dancing and enjoying themselves and flying for 30 rubles to wherever they want to go. But rather, it's going to be Kadirovtsi driving around Georgia and you're going to be serving them. And if you're a businessman, you're going to be paying their bill. And if you say anything they don't like, you're going to be beaten up. Because that is going to be the reality. And we know that that's going to be the reality. That's not some extrapolation. It happens in the north of the Caucasus. So somehow the idea that it's going to be then some Elysium or somehow still some nice version. But that's a very different way of talking about you need to like the EU ambassador or you need to like some of the people that argue for the rights of sexual minorities, et cetera, but rather, do you actually want the Kadirovtsi to be driving around Georgia and telling you how what your place is in the bigger order of things? That's a testable proposition. And then if you ask me, and again, filling the void, people do talk about coalitions. I have my own theory there. This was a guy last summer after the Shovi, not last, the summer before, last summer. Yes, last summer. After the Shovi disaster where lots of people were killed, I think largely because of government mistakes and negligence over the years. And here this guy said a sentence that stuck in my mind. He said, it kind of hangs off my leg, position or opposition, I couldn't care less, position or opposition. I simply want a state. And my sense is that message testing, because people do talk about the coalitions inside the political parties, it's hard to kind of conceive of that, to test that. There's all sorts of inner wrangling, outer wrangling going on. And my sense is, and this is a testable proposition, that if you went out with a message now, especially in Georgia, with an absolute breakdown of constitutional order that's going on right now, at this very moment, that if you said there's a coalition that works, that is broad without capture, that talks about that its main function is reestablishing constitutional order, and that this is what it seeks out to do, is make it impossible to have good elections again, and kind of cleaning up what seems to have been a single man in a kind of Macbethian rage capturing a country. And that this is something that needs to come from the side and from people that are politically astute, that test this. And it may be that I'm entirely wrong. And it may be that in the end, people don't want that. And maybe in the end, people are kind of okay being what is, being disengaged because they just want to be left in peace. But those are the questions I think we need to figure out. And this is the ethical imperative. This is not something that's abstract, somewhere out there, some rules that Americans or other universities invent for us and make our life difficult with. But there is a special ability and a special power in being a researcher, but there also comes a responsibility with it, and this is the time for it. Now, happy to take questions.
So at the moment, there are no questions. If I could also be able to turn on my camera, that would be good. Okay, there we go. So we don't have any questions yet in the Q&A, but I'll ask a question. So as you explained in your presentation, or in this kind of last slide, the guy was saying he doesn't care, he just simply would like a government, right? It doesn't matter necessarily.
A state. A state.
Yeah, a state. And so when considering there are elections coming up, I think in October, and still there doesn't quite seem to be a realistic alternative, at least like anecdotally, I just hear from Georgian colleagues that it doesn't really seem like people don't really have a lot of faith in other parties, or I guess in their ability to win the elections. But how, I guess in your opinion, what should these parties then be doing, or how can they learn from this experience to better address like the needs of people in a way that is not partisan necessarily, and one that addresses kind of like the fatigue that people have with the political process here? It seems that a lot of people are kind of, I don't want to say resigning from the process, because obviously a lot of people are very active. We see like so many people protesting. So maybe fatigued isn't the right word, but maybe just lacking trust in the process. Is there any like hope or any ability for these parties to kind of learn and address these things and maybe make some kind of change in the upcoming election?
I mean, one thing, I think these are very good questions, Zach, and I think there are several things that come to my mind. First, we need to use the right language. The wrong language that is used consistently, and is the language of the opposition. And there are multiple opposition parties, and it is conflating them into a single entity is a huge mistake, and is a conceptual trap. So we need to, whenever someone says this, interrupt the person. I think interrupt them. And say, this is the wrong concept, because that needs to be clarified. The second thing is, I think there tends to be an expectation that the cavalry should come in and save you, and that might be the United States, or someone should ride in, or somehow the political parties should be doing this. No, this is actually a task for every single individual, that kind of either you engage or you follow. Or you kind of, or it's kind of Hirschman, kind of, what is it, voice, exit, or consent, in various ways. And so I think that question of how to get the shuashisti, the people that get caught up in the polarization, and a polarization that's purposefully put into place. Polarization is also the wrong term, but in that very notion that people put into place, that it's either kind of Bidzina or it's Misha coming back. The people that are in the middle and want neither, how to attract them. And so I think it's exactly testing these kinds of, what could it be? And we tested, my understanding from what I heard from Koba and the team, was that one of the suggestions that I had that was run a campaign that is against millionaires rather than against a single billionaire, because so go a little bit left. That this, at least in that wording that was there, didn't really work. But there are plenty of ways, and you might have had focus groups that you can draw on. You might know people that you can test things out with in various ways. And what is absolutely essential is in the end, to frame very, very precisely what the battle is about. This is not my idea. This is something that Stanley Greenberg, who was both academically credentialed, if you will, and ran one of the most successful political consulting firms in the last half century, Stanley Greenberg has written about in a book called Dispatches from the War Room that I think anyone interested in politics should read. that you need to fundamentally frame that right. And so one of the ways, I think, inadvertent ways, for example, in which the opposition has helped Bidzina in the past, Bidzina Ivanishvili, is that they have characterized him in the end as evil. Now, if he's evil, then if you live in the village, why do you want to pick a fight with him? If you characterize him as tired and out of ideas and out of people and out of any good vision about what Georgia could and should be, that's very different. Yeah. So you don't change that much. You change a couple of words, and this is, again, message testing you can do. And so I think, how can I say, I think without suggesting that there should be a Frankenstein project of creating something that in the end doesn't work. But I mean, if you want mine, this is working hypothesis for a place like Georgia, the UNM should absolutely run by itself because they have their own voters and they have the capacity to capture a coalition because they're going to be dominant. But for the other parties to come together under an umbrella of CRRC-Armenia, Mindo, I want a functioning state, not something that's kind of caught up in someone's projections about Credit Suisse and his own vendettas that he has, and that you can conscript or invite parties that may fail to reach the 5% threshold into that venture in the coming months, and then think about a couple of other things. But how can I say, when I hear people talk about the coalition, it's always, oh, it would be so nice if there was a coalition. Well, do some work. You know? Think about something, put some kind of substance to that idea.
Thank you. And so Heike also asked a question here in the chat. So he asked, will surveys survive in authoritarian contexts? Does it make sense to keep surveying in such contexts? Or will surveys survive only if they adapt completely?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of lessons in here. Good. Yeah, I would say they only survive if they adapt. If you ask me, I think this is a great question. I think there's a couple of lessons from this, and I think most, if not many, many if not most, CRC people did the right thing. This was someone said to me a few years ago, a Belgian researcher who was at ICET. He said, if you have peer-reviewed publications, you have something that's portable. You know, you really don't know whether your institution is going to survive necessarily, but if you have these publications, and you know, you're not straight out going to get a great job maybe somewhere else or teaching remotely or something like that, but at least you have something that's portable. I didn't do that in the past, and I think it's right. And I think for people, you know, of course, maybe too late in some respects, but this is one of the lessons that we clearly take out of that. So don't just think about finishing projects. Think about putting the extra 5-10% of effort, and it is potentially even more, in to get something out that actually credentials you for the way it still works. So that's one thing. The second thing is, I think, how can I say, I think what I tell donors at this point, and I'll have a talk at Chatham House with a few other people on Monday, but what I'll also talk about is that try and think about resilience so that you yourself know that maybe for the next 18 months or so, you might be okay. And so this is, I don't know how the situation is in Armenia, but in Georgia, I would say the CRC colleagues should immediately, right now, at the end of this, apply for e-residency in Estonia and explain that you are partially doing this because you're not sure whether you're going to be able to sustain yourself. It doesn't take terribly long. You may not be approved, and try and do that application well. But if you have e-residency in Estonia, in some banks, you're going to be able to open a bank account. And if CRC ends up creating a synthetic organization in Estonia, it might actually be able to continue at least some kind of operation for a while. Because, of course, you have the backstop of Eurasia Foundation, maybe in DC, but having something in Estonia with a similar tax system, et cetera, that also matters. So I think, you know, it's important to win this battle. One might win this battle, but think about that. How can I say, good strategy is that if you don't win one battle, that you will still live to fight the other day. Yeah, it's not defending Dunkirk until the last soldiers, but taking the soldiers out of Dunkirk. And yes, it's years until they came back. But think about that and what this actually means. And in authoritarian systems, surveys are going to change, but we'll still find things out. And I was actually talking, I should get in touch with that person again, talking to a lady who's in exile in, I think that's the right term for her, who ran marketing research in Moscow and is still doing a little bit of marketing research to keep herself afloat. She has her own company and sometimes doing this and that. And the picture there is bleak. I think in Georgia, fortunately, the opinions are not quite, are not going to fall quite in line in the way that they're going to do in Russia. But I think there's going to be demand for surveys in the future also.
Thank you. So we don't have any other questions, but we are just about at time anyway.
Yeah, that lines up perfectly, yeah.
But thank you very much for the fascinating presentation, Hans. It was.
Thank you for the invite, and stay safe, everyone. And you know, wherever you are and whatever you do, and let's use research for a good purpose. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
So our next panel will be coming up in a moment. It's titled "How Much is Too Much? Current State and Challenges of Opinion Surveys in Eastern Partnership Countries." We'll have that up in just a moment, so stay tuned.
Hello.
Hello.
Very glad
Hi,
to see whoever I can see. And hello to everybody else who are not appearing on the screen. It's a great pleasure to host this type of topic in this type of turbulent situation in our region. I was listening to Hans' presentation and was thinking like, this topic that we are talking about is very timely, and it is even more timely now than ever, maybe. And it's more closer to our heart and closer to our skin than ever. I know that Sona and Koba has already prepared to talk about the topic, which is the panel question. But I would like to start from the other side of the topic, maybe, and maybe to start from some positive, from the positive note. I was thinking what to ask you to bring you to a place where maybe you will be able easier list the criteria that will tell us what is the best fieldwork situation. And my question is to both beloved colleagues, what is the criteria, what is the best for the fieldwork? How should fieldwork be for a happy researcher to do research, and what type of, so just describe the situation. What is it for you? I know that you are not prepared for this question, but just an improvisation a little bit. Thanks.
Would you like to start, Soda? It's a dream question for a poster.
Or for a methodologist as well. So, yeah, thank you, Koba, for letting me go first. I will very enthusiastically give criteria now. So the first criteria for me would be the research design. So basically, if we have a high quality research design, it means that we have already accounted for the context of the problem, possibilities of ours to do the fielding, the design of the fieldwork itself, the sampling frame, possibilities for doing the sample. So everything's there already. We kind of do the research plan. And then when we have the plan, we can move on with this. So first criteria would be thorough planning. Of course, that doesn't guarantee that we will do it. So the second criteria would be a willingness of people to cooperate. I think the time has come that survey companies and organizations that realize surveys have to give credit to citizens themselves, meaning that we have to collaborate. And I would really dream of seeing people and citizenry as collaborators, as people who see the value of surveying and who with ourselves think that by voicing their opinion, they fight realities and authoritarianism. The third criteria would be wonderful interviewers, interviewers who cooperate, who understand the work they are doing, being the media between the researchers and the public, being the conveners of that research plan to citizenry. And here we again have lifelong learning experiences for the interviewers. So the ideal situation would be having a school for lifelong learners, being the interviewers, who feel themselves as part of the story and the most important part of it, because the way they convene our plan to the society is what gives us the success. So that would be the third criteria. And the fourth one, of course, the ideal situation would be if we have democratic states that value public opinion. This really seems a dream now, as you said, but we are talking about the dream, right? So that was the question. So I have to put it as a criteria then. And I will stop here and yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Sona. Thanks, Lilith, for that question. As you said, we were thinking more about problems and challenges and have not thought that much about ideal research. But what comes to my mind is kind of one word which summarizes everything that Sona described and many more nuances. Good research should be replicable. You should be able to take someone else's work and replicate it from starting to the end. And this sounds very simple, but it can only be replicable if all steps that Sona described and many more were up to recognized standards and well documented, so you can actually repeat it. So in this one word, it's all encompassing. I would say that it requires good research environment. It requires good and well documented research design and good implementers, good control mechanisms, good and transparent analytical model. And then someone else comes and does the same thing. Hopefully, should arrive at the same conclusions if steps are repeated in the same way. That's very shortly ideal scenario for me, and obviously hard to achieve in current context.
Thank you very much. That was very summarizing from your side. And now we can switch to talking about the problems, because in that case, it will be obvious what are the gaps and on what we have to work on, most probably. And we have this question, how much is too much? And I would suggest to turn to the question here, why we research in this type of context this much, and why we don't differentiate our research that we usually use. It means that we have to also look to our colleagues, not talk about our companies, but also to talk about maybe the whole research communities in Georgia and Armenia. And again, if I repeat the question, is that, or reformulate it, is that why we need this many, and why we need this many with almost the same topic that we usually do.
Goba, will you start, or I can start?
Well, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. My opinion, and this is my subjective point of view, is pretty straightforward. I don't think we need as much as we do surveying currently in Armenia. It's too much, indeed. It's too much for people being in these complex conditions. And the next question would be then, why we do this so much? There are several answers to this. One important answer would be that the donor community and research funding has made survey the absolute method of understanding public opinion, which is not true. I mean, we clearly have other methods of working with public opinion, starting with experiments and ending up with different ways of interviewing people. So I would say one of the shortcomings is that the understanding of interviewing people is pretty narrow, and it can be widened. So that's one thing. The other thing is, and I think Hans was talking about this, the ethical framework. If we were now in the position of Kun, and we were to ask this question, do we have a research framework for ethical standards and solving ethical dilemmas? I wouldn't say we're doing great here, because we don't have a framework, we don't have guidelines, and whatever we have is not working fully, because now people are not trusting anymore any organizations, including research organizations, including the interviewers. So when, for example, and I'm bringing just one example, when the interviewer feels mistrust, while building trust is the major work of an interviewer in surveying, when they feel mistrust, then what are their steps? What can they do to gain the trust of the respondent? And I think for our contexts, the answers to this question are not straightforward, and we have to really carefully think through these ethical dilemmas that we are now experiencing. For example, when and how we can interview displaced people, when we can intervene, when we can enter their lives, right? That's a question that was hanging in the air for quite a while in Armenia, and I don't think we as a research community have an answer to that. And the third point that I would raise, and that's the most important challenge, I think, is how we pick what we ask, how we definitely arrive at one survey as being the most important to be conducted at the moment. I would say, and I have to say this not because I'm representing CRRC, but CRRCs have been very picky about this. We clearly try to do only the most important surveying work that can be done, and that is fueling some reforming in public policy. But if you look at it, if you zoom in, you may find that some of the surveys could be sometimes delayed, some of the surveys can be combined, and some of the questionnaires can be made much, much shorter by making the lives of people easier. So I will stop here, and if I have any reflections, I will still come in.
Okay, it's a very interesting description of the situation. So now I absolutely share your concerns, but let me look at the question differently. How much is too much? Are we doing sometimes surveys when there is no need for a survey? Probably sometimes, yes, but this is the challenge of researchers that are driven by demand. So sometimes you are asked to do X, Y, and Z design without taking into consideration your as a researcher's opinion, what is the best design for the task being. This is true. I agree with that. But I still believe that even in this context, where we may not be able to do good surveys anymore, and I will tell you why. We cannot avoid talking to this, general situation, whatever we discuss, unfortunately, during these days. And one of the examples is that because of this very tense situation around the law, the government started campaigning. It's government-sponsored intimidation campaign. People are calling individuals who oppose the law and questioning them, why do you oppose the law? And when they say something that I don't like the law, it's a Russian law, they say terrible coarse words to them, to their families, sometimes to their children, to the elderly. It's a terrible situation. And there are hundreds of people who were intimidated like that. It had immediate effect on our work because people did not want to answer unknown numbers. No one wants to hear bad words, especially for doing nothing wrong. So this creates a challenge where we may miss the situation where we could survey whenever we wanted and wherever we wanted. And this may inform my thinking that what we are doing is not too much, but it's probably too little. Because in this country, it's still with all these democratic institutions going back and forward for these 35 years, it's still lacking that people, it's still a lack of the situation where people are asked what do they want, what do they need. And it's always distorted public discussion among more informed and powerful actors who can actually decide people's fates. And they decide what people want without really asking them what do they want. So our too much work, I believe, has a potential to provide too much pressure on a distorted understanding and interpretation of people's needs. And I can give you a very, very, very simple example from current political situation of Georgia. The government believes that it's on the top of people's needs and necessities to decide who should marry whom. And we know from hundreds of surveys that people don't care about this issue. I would not say not at all, but people much more value everyday economic and political issues than this personal issue who marries whom. So without surveying people too much, without repeating all the time that, okay, this is what people say now, this is what people say the day after, this is what people say from another survey, this is from people say from a survey done by another organization. To put it very short, without bothering people too much with questions, it is very hard to overcome this top-down propaganda, deciding by powerful individuals what people, supposedly want, and then acting on, wasting our resources on things that no one really needs, instead of, and that serves only their need to perpetuate themselves in power positions. That's my thinking about that, and I believe that it is our job to also educate and inform our respondents, and at the same time our audience. It's the same. Our respondents is our key audience. We ask them questions and we return aggregated numbers to them in order that they understand better what people around them feel and what is needed by others, and that helps a little bit collective action. And we have to educate them that this is for their need, this is for their better lives. It's not for Kobasona and Lilith and any researcher to satisfy their curiosity. Yeah, this is a factor also, but a minor factor. Most important thing is that it really serves and empowers people, and our job is to make that very clear and make that understood so that they sacrifice their little time to that big cause.
Yeah, thank you, Goba, for that remark. I have to also agree and maybe start from the first answer of mine to Lilith's question and the fourth point on democratic states and governments. Of course, if we favor a democracy, and we do favor democracy, people's voice is the most important value. And by surveys, we make this voice heard. But we also have the job, what I was arguing for is that we as researchers and research organizations have the job of cleaning the field and respecting the rights of people, whether they want to voice their opinion or not. And this is also quoting Bourdieu, for example, that was telling that people, there is no public opinion because people cannot have opinion at any point we ask them. So also we have these questions in mind as researchers. And I think to be ethical, we need to still answer the question whether it's worth and important to approach people with these questions at the moment and whether they will have an opinion on that. Of course, I agree that we need to approach people and we need to continue surveying as much as we can. But also I want to come from the other side and respect people's needs and their just their life experiences whenever they are ready to provide an answer to questions, or they just don't have answers, because this is what I have seen in Armenia, for example, and this is why our fieldworks have prolonged quite a while for the during the recent 2 years. It is because people are just not willing to answer, and that's their right. I mean, and if we see this coming from the side of people, we as researchers and research organizations have to really quickly mobilize and think through what we are asking from people and what surveys are of priority, and how we can join efforts to collaborate with the public mostly, and not be just trying to exhaust them, and this is when we arrive to this fatigue issue that we are experiencing in intense contexts with surveying, right?
Sure, absolutely. Very, very short remark. Absolutely agree that we should not abuse our privileges to be able to ask questions to thousands of individuals. And by abusing, I absolutely mean content of questions and the length of the questionnaires. And we know that we struggle with our partners and clients all the time on both fronts. I remember the last occasion when our very, very, very good partner wanted us to ask people about assessment of evidence-based decision-making. And I love this, word, and CRRC is all about evidence-based decision-making. But if you ask people in those terms, especially in Georgia, it sounds like probably 3 people speak in those using those words. And if you ask 1,000 people about that, you can imagine what you can answer. And that's absolutely our responsibility to filter questions like that. At length, we can talk about that for a long time. How researchers, including ourselves, sometimes believe that people have unlimited time to give to us for free, which is not true. And here I also share your point that we should be very careful to ask people about things where they can immediately see the potential benefits of answering questions, and then understanding immediately why that can be useful for them. It's not something abstract. It's not something that is in some researchers' minds as some abstract model, but it calls for some action from someone, whether it's government or any other actor.
Thank you very much. So I was thinking about several things after you have your remarks, and one of them is trying to connect these dots where from one side we are thinking about not bothering people too much with our questions and try to maybe concentrate some topics in several questions, and then it goes to regulation, some type of regulation of research and research community, and maybe research topics of the research from one side, which I understand why it goes to this propaganda thing, why this top-down regulation is visible there. The other thing is that, okay, if people are tired of the research that the research community is doing, different research companies, is this about methodologies that we are, research methods that we are using? What do you think? What is your opinion?
If I may start very shortly, I think we are too orthodox about research design and research methods. And when I say we, it's not about CRRCs, it's about research community, including people who commission this research to us. There is this overestimation of representative surveys, and too little attention to designs where you can basically draw the same conclusion from non-representative samples, which is kind of more kind of easier kind of shortcut than faster than regular representative surveys, and less bothersome for people probably. Of course, I understand the limitations there. A key limitation is there. If you are using a non-probability sample, you really need good population statistics to make this non-probability sample resemble the population. And when you don't have that data, then of course, then your conclusion naturally goes like non-representative sample is very, very inferior. Of course, it is inferior, but very, very inferior to representative samples. But now, to speak very frankly, even our representative surveys is hard to call representative surveys given our decreasing response rate. When you have a response rate, now we are okay with response rate, but in some countries, you know, response rate is about 5, 6, 7%. And it's great to assume that this happens randomly, but of course we know that response doesn't happen randomly. So what are you gonna do with 90% of population? How do you want to generalize your 10% to 90% without even knowing what they think and why don't they answer and why don't they pick the phone if it is a phone survey. So basically, my shorter response to that very important question would be that we should be very creative, and we should be very creative about gathering population statistics from multiple sources to describe the population as thoroughly as possible in order to deal with both non-representative surveys by design, the non-representative surveys, and surveys that are designed as representative but in substance are half representative in the best case. That would be my, that's another dream situation that we started talking with, but at least that would be my desire for researchers to concentrate on war.
Thank you, Kuba, for these thoughts. And to continue, I would say the importance of national statistics is something we have to signify before going into the discussion on challenges and problems that we encounter in survey fieldwork. There is national statistics that we base our decisions on, right? So we design our samples based on the statistical data. And one thing that has proven to be a success for CRRC-Armenia at least, and I know for Georgia too, is our collaboration and our account of statistics, national statistical services, and how we gather statistics at all in a country. So one of the merits, one of the criteria that we evaluate states as being, you know, democratic, well-performing, etc., is national statistics. And this is what we heavily rely on, which means we as a research community have to also be very careful about this and try to cooperate with national statistical services as much as possible to enable our surveys to be of some quality. I'm not telling even high quality, but we all together have to decide on methodologies, on enumeration areas, on how we think through this together, what we base our decisions on for sampling and representativeness. So I would say the issue of representativeness has become one of the major ones, and unless we pay attention to this, our surveys and the quality of this will diminish, because indeed the response rate is getting lower and lower. The borders are becoming insecure, and it's very hard to survey in this context, right? When we are in this conditions of constant protesting and political instability. So I'm coming to the next important point, which is security. So collaboration with statistical services is one thing, and the other thing is understanding how secure our interviewers and the respondents are in the context when we do the surveys. And I'm also thinking still about people's comfort, how comfortable they can feel with this or that survey and the surveying process. And this is a very difficult question for a research organization. And thinking through this takes time and efforts. And here is where we also need to do some advocacy. And I'm quoting Koba here, that there are other methods of understanding public opinion. Sometimes we don't need representative surveys to understand the possibility of doing a reform or the criteria of doing something for the public or intervening with social agenda. I mean, we need to also think through this very carefully of what methods will work in line with surveys and which ones wouldn't, to also make the decision bother people with surveys or no. And I'm sure we have yes or no, yes and no question here, because we clearly need to ask people questions when it is very important, when it is a matter of understanding the public mood and overall perceptions. And I am to advocate for Caucasus barometer here, for example. We are like holding breaths before the survey comes out to understand what the societal perceptions of most important issues are. But on the other hand, you don't need to do a representative survey to understand what type of transport a public needs in a given rural area. So you can do geographic samples, you can do community discussions, and that would be it.
Thank you very much. So far, we have one question which will be more specific about methods, and I just read this for you, if you may answer this. What do you think about work with the carefully selected and controlled paid panels, online panels, as a possible answer to those methodological attitudes and challenges?
We are in the area of these dream scenarios again. This is one of our dreams and task to create online paid panel. Of course, it cannot substitute regular surveys, representative surveys. But what we want to use it for is to test some experimental designs. And of course, again, external validity of such a panel will be challenging, to say the least, but it will have very high internal validity and will be very good first step to test important, useful, verbal or visual interventions. Give people some treatments, people some experimental manipulations, so that one group receives this and the other does not, and then you see what does it do. And this is supposedly will be cheaper than phone surveys, probably not faster than phone surveys, but will have a lot of opportunities for experimental conditions, because you can use visual materials, you can use long texts, which you cannot do in phone surveys. You can use multiple treatments in one survey, like we did. I don't want to use technical words here, but we conducted an online survey recently where each individual had 10 different sets of stories to read and agree with. That was conjoint experiment type. So lots of possibilities with online panel, but just 2 words about challenges. Why don't we have it so far? It is so far we didn't gather enough resources to make it paid, and it doesn't work on volunteer basis. It's hard to recruit people, which makes it neither fast nor cheap. So that was the point. Once we have resources to keep it running for at least some stage, and people get used to it, and people get regular small payments, and that's the only way you can keep it to make it regular, then we very much want a dream to experiment with that.
Yes, I mostly agree with the points that Goba raised, but also coming to the research questions and our needs for doing that. Yes, that can be a solution, but also if we have research questions that also need to be answered by people from rural areas, people who are not that internet savvy, who cannot participate online. So we leave those people out when we do such like panels and online surveying in general. And our experience so far has been that there are two important phases that we need to accomplish to have a successful online endeavor, be that panels or other types of surveying or other types of understanding public opinion. First is recruitment. So here we carefully recruit people who can provide information, who will be able to, and who will, well, there are possibilities of them appearing in our sample, and we have to carefully decide on this. And the other phase is then quality control and follow-up calls, for example. This turns sometimes into telephone interviewing, telephone surveying, rather than maintains an online method. So you need to follow up constantly to assure response rate in our contexts. I would advocate more for experimental designs, and one of them being, for example, this conjoint surveys and within group comparisons, which are very productive to answer some very specific research questions, and for focused surveys, which still assure representativeness, but nationwide representativeness is a quite ambitious, at the moment for our countries, quite ambitious goal to achieve. Yeah.
Thank you very much. For our attendee who has raised the question, I just like to tell that just stay with us tomorrow, as we will have a separate panel discussion on addressing survey fatigue, strategies for engaging the public. And I will turn to our speakers with another question, which will bring us closer to the organization and planning of the fieldwork, maybe. And let's maybe turn to a topic which maybe maybe a reason, maybe a side of it. So let's turn to the donors and researchers who are asking for the research, to that perspective, and the tools that we are using during the fieldwork. And it is also coming from one of our attendees' questions, that what you will suggest for donors and researchers to better collaborate in order to avoid overly redundant survey questions and to create more culturally sensitive ethical questionnaires. Just let's talk about a little bit tools.
Yeah, I am to thank the participant for this important question. And there are several key terms here. Culturally sensitive questions and how to bring together donors and researchers and local research capacity. I think this is the most important thing now to answer this question of ours that we are discussing during this conference. So we clearly have research questions in mind, right? When we are approaching any research endeavor, we have to constantly ask ourselves, what is our aim? What are we answering through this survey or through these questions? And then, of course, this is social science, and we are all tempted to ask as many questions as possible, to cover as many subtopics as possible, and important things pop up constantly because you are thinking through these research questions and you are one step ahead and you have another dozen of questions in your head. But we have to accept this as a normal, natural process for social sciences and look through the research endeavors from other sides, from the cultural context and the fields that we will be entering as soon as we finish our design and research plan. Some donors and some researchers are very receptive and very open towards discussions. And I would not even specify donors and researchers. Just imagine two researchers trying to agree on what they will do in the field in the end. I mean, this openness and discussion and arriving to a consensus on what is feasible and what can be done, I think is the most important thing. Currently at CRRC-Armenia, the research team is probably spending 80% of time on deciding and planning, and then only 20% goes to implementation and the actual work. Why is this so? Because we constantly ask these questions. Is it feasible? Can we do this? How much of this can be done? Or if we, for example, ask this question, what will we receive in the end? What are the data qualities that we want to achieve? Usually it's not the extensive data sets that we need. Usually it's the grammatic research work that counts. And given the sensitive context and this political instabilities, we are now to be much more attentive to this. So if I'm answering the question, my first and foremost thought is openness for research dialogue and discussion, and seriousness of ours to arrive at decisions in our research design and planning that inform the future fieldwork and what we do in the field actually in the end.
If I may add very shortly, absolutely agree that it's the key factor there is willingness to cooperate between implementers and funders of research. And here comes an early story. If Hans is still here, he will remember because he came up with that approach at CRRC, at least talking to a donor where we sense that there is not clear understanding of research questions and what to do and why do we need to do X, Y, and Z. And Hans said, let's work on an assumptions document. Let's forget about numbers and questions and statistics, and let's talk in plain words. What do we want? What do we want to get, and why? And then let's get to questions later. It was great exercise to them because they had never done that before, and then it was very educational for them and very helpful for us because we understood what they wanted and they understood themselves what they wanted. Now it happens less and less because people get more and more knowledgeable of research, and now we call it pre-analysis plan, fancier term. Say let's agree on everything. With excluding the outcomes, what should be our, what questions should we answer, using what questions, what should be the model, what should we cross up with what, and then whatever we get, we don't complain. And we don't say, okay, we didn't get the result we wanted, so let's try some other method. So these kind of nudges from our side have worked before and hopefully will work in the future. But also I should mention that it is not possible without the willingness to question your own initial thinking about research question and about research outcomes. And sometimes it's very challenging, especially, and then there is some correlation between the depth of understanding research and inflexibility. People who understand research design well are the least flexible. That's my unfortunate observation. You can nudge people more who accept that they don't know as much as they wanted to.
So thank you very much, and you two are rocking. So you have another 2 questions, and we have very little time for that, but hope we will able to answer. So one of them is how to increase interviewers' sense of responsibility for surveys and understanding of the importance of fieldwork. And I will also add other question, which is about experimental research design for social sciences. Will this work as well as in the health? These are 2 questions. So again, one is about the interviewers and importance of understanding of importance of fieldwork from their side, and the other one is experimental research design for social sciences.
Probably I can start with interviewers, and then Goba will have his say on experiments, because I'm sure he has a lot to say. So in terms of interviewers, it is an ongoing and never-ending work. And for every research project, for every survey, there is this question, which interviewers would be better situated to enter the field here? I would answer shortly: investment. We need to invest in interviewer training, and this is a constant investment. It's not that you invest once, you do one training and it's done. We need to invest in education, professional development of the interviewers, and we have to create a capacity in our countries. I have to say that we have done this previously, but as the surveying conditions have changed, we now have to put more efforts and to reconceptualize interviewer training in a way. This can be done through intensive dialogue and participation of interviewers, but also first you need to find these interviewers who are willing to discuss and learn and educate more, which is a very hard thing to do, because some of the interviewers would just go for interviewing in other contexts and doing more like easy surveys. So the complex the survey design, the more difficult it is to engage interviewers with it. But then you need to build, as you do teamwork, right? You need to build the team of interviewers and do team building and do education and clearly know that it's never ending. So investment is the answer.
Because we have little time, I will quickly answer the question about using matching for quasi-experimental designs. Well, is it easy? The question is, of course, not. It's not easy. It's. I would say it's half art and half science, but we have done a lot of that, and we will be doing even more, because as we discussed, we will need more and more. We will have more and more difficulties of collecting data on a representative level, and matching is one of the ways of making sure that your treatment and control groups are as identical as possible. Again, we get to the problem of available statistics and data, and then it's a matter of creativity and technical skills to pick what should be your matching criteria and what should be your outcome criteria, whether matching criteria have something to do with the outcome. And it's a very interesting and at the same time challenging design that we are using and will be using even more. I used it in my dissertation work too, but It's not easy as the question goes, but it is doable and it is useful.
Yeah, thank you, Koba. Just to add very shortly that yes, it is relatively easier with health because it's more straightforward than in social sciences, where we have more let's say fluid phenomena. But still, it's possible, and yeah, it is a very important solution, I think.
Thank you very much. Just for our attendees, if you are interested in all these topics that we talked about in more detail, tomorrow we will be having different sessions. And another one that we have is we were now public in South Caucasus. Field researchers might know. So stay tuned, and we will be talking about this more. Thank you very much, Koba-Can and Sona-Can, for this very interesting overview of the situation. Just from my side, the wish for us, because we did this whole conference and the idea was underneath was to come closer to our dream that we talked about in the beginning. And let's wish us to have it as soon as possible, starting from the very high level democratic states, going till interviewers mindfulness and interviewees mindfulness and interviewers mindfulness, and collecting of most useful data for our policy decisions. Thank you very much, and wish all of us very interesting conference ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Lilith, for moderating.
Thank you very much for, I think, what was a very informative and productive panel. So our next panel coming up is why does everyone measure public opinion at the same time? The challenge of synchronization between donors and research centers. That will start in about 6 minutes. So in the meantime, we have a little bit of a break, and then you can rejoin us here for the next panel. Thank you again to our moderator and panelists, and we look forward to the next panel.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Laura.
Hi, Georgi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Hi. Nice to see everyone. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to another session of this conference. This is a panel discussion titled, "Why does everyone measure public opinion at the same time? The challenge of synchronization between donors and research centers." So this panel will tackle the question of synchronization between donors and research centers in measuring public opinion, and specifically in the context of the Caucasus region. So we will discuss with our panelists, why do multiple entities seek to measure public opinion at the same time? What implication does this process have for survey research and for data collection efforts? And we will also try to explore possible avenues to improve collaboration and coordination among donors and research centers. So let me, first of all, welcome our panelists for today. We have a very diverse set of speakers, and I will briefly introduce them. So firstly, welcome to Zhanna Harutyunyan. She is a Gender Equality Portfolio Manager at the United Nations Development Program, UNDP Armenia. We also have with us Sonia Musryan, who is a social development specialist at the World Bank Group for Europe and Central Asia region. And then lastly, we also welcome Dr. Georgi Hishtovani, who is a research director at the Policy and Management Consulting Group, PMCG. And myself, I am Laura Luciani. I am a researcher at Ghent University in Belgium, and I will be moderating this session. So I have prepared a few guiding questions for our discussion, but we will see how this develops. And of course, we will also have time for question and answers with the audience. So whoever is following us, please feel free to type your questions in the chat and we'll collect them and answer them later on. So to start with, I will actually like to give each speaker the opportunity to briefly introduce themselves, also to provide our audience with some context, and to share how your expertise and your role within your respective organizations connect with the theme of this panel. So namely with the measurement of public opinion by donors and research centers. So who would like to go first? Maybe Zhanna, you would like to start?
Okay, thank you, Laura. Greetings, everybody. I'm in a little bit extreme situation with my my participation, but I'm more than sure the problem right now is solved, so I can talk. I'm Zhanna Harutyunyan. I'm leading the gender equality portfolio within UNDP Armenia, and my relevance to this kind of panel is as a portfolio manager who is in charge of, launching different types of research proposals, seeking some companies, looking for some companies helping us to conduct either qualitative or quantitative research, But recently, my team is also very much engaged in co-design processes. We actually initiate as a team ourselves some qualitative type of research, understanding what solutions people offer, so that we base our solutions, especially service solutions, on end users' perspective as well as service providers. So, in a nutshell, shortly, why I'm here. Thank you.
Thanks, Jana. Maybe Sonia, you would like to also introduce yourself?
Yes, thank you very much. First and foremost, let me express my gratitude for having me today. I should excuse myself, I'm a little bit under the weather, so and I might have trouble speaking. What I would like to highlight about my experience. So I'm social development specialist at the World Bank, but it has been until recently that I joined the ship of donors or development agencies. Before that, I used to present the other part of the story. I used to be a researcher with broad experience working with different organizations and donors. And I had extensive experience working with also CRRC-Armenia. So in this panel discussion, so I would like to bring two experiences of one as someone who is funding research and someone also who has been doing actually research. So I will try to cover both sides of the stories. Yeah, thank you.
That's great, thanks. Georgi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Laura. I'm Georgi Rishtovani. I'm a research director at Policy Management and Consulting Group, PMCG, and we are maybe the largest international development consulting company in Georgia. And what I want to emphasize here also is that we have our in-house research center, PMC Research Center, which is mainly focused on research type activities and conducting surveys, providing services as a company who is collecting data and analyzing it. And what perspective I want to bring here is that we have, because we work with various institutions in Georgia, like World Bank, like UNDP Georgia, but other international partners, USAID is our main partner. We are collecting data for those donors, and we face some challenges where we see that the approaches requested from donors are different. And also that approach is requested from donors within different program or their programs is also different. So, and that's why we have a lot of discussions with larger partners like USAID, how to make this data collection efforts more robust, more how to say it, harmonized, because they and we are facing several challenges in this regard. So that's why my perspective is here from a person who is doing research, but at the same time doing research for the organization, but also as a service provider for international donors. And so this is the perspective I can bring here, I guess. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you. Actually, my second question will directly follow up from what Georgi just mentioned. And this is a question that I would like to firstly address to Georgi and Jana, because then I will address a slightly different question to Sonia in light of her more unique, let's say, or double hat that she has in this panel. So of course, as we've heard, the cooperation and collaboration between donors and research centers and different types of research consulting companies is crucial for designing tailored surveys and to carry out effective data collection initiatives. But of course, this also brings certain challenges. So I would like to ask Georgi and then Jana to share your perspective on the key challenges that you encounter. So basically giving you the opportunity to elaborate on what you just said in collaborating and liaising between these different entities, and to what extent these challenges relate to the question of synchronization or harmonizations between different entities carrying out surveys and data collection. Yeah, you can start, Georgi,
okay.
and then
Okay.
we will give the floor to Jana.
Okay. Yeah. I will mainly tell about two challenges that I see as a big one. So first is that, and I will bring some examples. Maybe it will help then in this discussion. So, for instance, in Georgia, there is a big interest in private sector development, and a lot of international donors are working on that topic. And here there is a need for very intensive data collection efforts, and because we all want to find interesting sectors in the private sector which might be worthwhile to support and increase the competitiveness. And so within different donor-driven initiatives, we are looking for competitive private sector sectors. And here, after some period of time, we saw that different donors are using different or asking us for use different approaches in identifying such kind of sectors. And then you have kind of a strange picture that using different approaches of data collection or methodological approaches, you have different kind of findings. And this can make the, let's say, work of independent research center or risk to make a work not so credible, because in one of your reports, you are recommending to support one concrete sector, but in another one, another. So, and that makes the work kind of a tricky. And that's why we try to incentivize kind of a collaboration between donors, so that very similar interventions, it can be different kind of interventions. During similar interventions, we have opportunity to do similar kind of data collection efforts, and at the same time using similar methodologies. And another very, I guess, crucial issue is here, is that sometimes when large programs are planned, you need to then within the programs you need to do different kind of baseline studies. You need to do evaluations. You plan to have resources for that, and then this alignment between resources available and data needed for different kind of research I witnessed examples of the mismatch. So some donor requests from you to conduct say baseline research for their program, and the resources available doesn't allow to conduct this kind of research. And we in this regard, as a research center, face a challenge to provide service having limited resources, and this is a kind of organic constraint for us to do high-level research. And we have I can tell a number of stories where we decided not to work on the particular project because we knew that having limited financial resources will not allow us to provide data and research based on data that is requested from the partner. So this is my brief start of the problem.
Thanks for sharing this insight, Georgi. Now I would like to ask the same question to Jana, which can answer from her different perspective.
Yeah, I think I cannot represent purely the donor side because UNDP is a recipient organization as well, but we sometimes also give. I just will base my answers on observations, being also a recipient, being in many donor coordination teams, the groups. So what I observe is very similar with what already Georgi mentioned. I will talk about demands of the donors regarding the research. So the demand of donors for the recipient organizations, any international, local, etc., is that you have to have an evidence when you design your solutions. Yeah, so the collection of the evidence and a lot of baseline and endline to prove that you did a great work. This is something that comes with the price of receiving certain funding. Yeah. So, and if you are lucky, you have enough budget to do things in a way you plan. And in some cases, as Georgi mentioned, the scarcity of funds is just forcing to do something of the highest quality. But at the same time, we all know that this brings different types of challenges, measuring one thing, leaving out something else, etc. So, but the donors' demand for evidence-based processes is very high, and this agenda never gets easy. So for recipient organizations, you have to conduct any type of research, baseline to prove and end line to prove the progress, or in general to find the biggest chunks of problems where you prove that if you do this work, it's definitely address of the findings of your research. The second demand I would like to talk is about fresh data. Unfortunately, each donor that comes, they prefer the new type of data, even if it's a programmatic intervention. Let's say it's a cycle of 3-year project, and then the continuation, basically the continuation with a little bit of changes tailored to the previous end-line assessment findings. So you again have to conduct the baseline assessments to start the second programmatic cycle. So, and in these days after COVID, when the problems are quickly changing and the environment is not stable enough, I think this fresh data demand is not just the pickiness of the donors, but I think it's also the landscape quick change, also kind of dictating to force for maybe conducting new researches to understand how this changing environment is affecting the same type of issues, because we know that in this crisis situation, things are rolling out pretty fast. The third thing is this constant coordinations. You know, yes, we need coordinations, but yet another coordination for research. Good, I mean, very practical suggestion, but at the same time, we have, let's say, different types of donor coordinations on local self-government, like all the agencies that are implementing projects on local self-government. Some starts, we have the problem of synchronizing the time already, like when we talk about the interventions, and this great number of coordination meetings kind of cultivate the guilt among the implementers not to double the work that the other organization does. Let's say if it's a local self-government research and you do in like some part of women empowerment, you think, oh, if USAID is doing, let's coordinate, so we do different thing. And if we do different things, the research area again changes. So these are like smaller researches addressing smaller issues in the, let's say, women empowerment program. So these coordinations are good, even among like not stepping on each other's footprints, complementing maybe, but this again, maybe it's a challenge for the research when you say, oh, the USAID research is not fitting my research is not fitting USAID research, because they are looking at the electoral positions, we are looking at the appointed positions, so the starting points are different, the legislation is different. So, and here again, and with the scarcity of resources, combining, doing something jointly, sometimes also not realistic. So I don't have an answer for this, but I have this thinking of demands that donors had, and how should we coordinate in this dynamic environment, shifting maybe from bigger researches to more qualitative researches. To the point, I don't know the answer myself, but my team is doing certain things, and maybe this we can talk about it a little bit later. But the scope region, like it's very difficult to synchronize time if we will even do this coordination. Yeah. Some projects started earlier, some projects launched a bit later, some duration of the project is 1 year, the duration of other projects is 4 years. So synchronization of the time is one challenge, synchronization of scope, yet another challenge, synchronization of the geography. We cannot generalize one research made in the region with the other one. And if we would like to do something comprehensive, it will cost money. So, and sometimes also internal regulations regarding the procurement, donors. I mean, we cannot even do joint procurement sometimes because the procurement procedures are so different. We tried sometime with even the organization that we are in the same program, we have the same donor. Still, we had a problem of having joint procurement because there was no procedures how we transfer money, let's say to GIZ, or GIZ is transferring money, and having like separate organizations doing separate calls. So again, I mean, just internal procedures sometimes also are a challenge that do not allow us to synchronize certain types of procurements, even if we want a lot. Sometimes we manage, sometimes it's still challenge. So this much, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jana, for sharing your perspective. And I will definitely pick up on the question, you know, what could be done or what are the possible solutions later on. But first, I want to give the floor to Sonia. So as you already told us, your position in this panel is quite unique because you're now both a representative of an organization that actively commissions surveys, but you're also a quantitative researcher yourself. So I would like to ask you if you could shed light on any, let's say, tensions or contrasting dynamics that you have encountered in this dual capacity, and also what valuable lessons you might have learned from this experience that you think could inform our discussion on synchronization challenges between donors and research centers.
Thank you very much, Laura. So coming to this challenge of synchronization question, I completely agree with the point of view of Jana, because every project lives with its own life. It has its timeline, it has its schedule, it has its scope, the procurement process. Sometimes you want to start something early, but then you have to deal with the internal procedures, how you are doing the project, how you are procuring, how you are contracting the consulting firm. So all these create challenges for synchronization. And secondly, most important point that I was also facing as a researcher is access to data. So not always we have access to data to the research that other organizations are conducting. So if even there is a research somewhere out there and I don't have access to that research, so I'm forced to replicate that survey. So here I think CRRC also has a very unique role promoting open data. And I think here that we need to make this collaboration between different agencies and research centers to make sure that the data is accessible to those who are needed, also adhering to all ethical standards on ensuring privacy of data. And the other thing that I would like to mention as a researcher is a lack of appreciation among our research centers and also donor organizations of the core basic value of that the knowledge is cumulative. We shouldn't invent the wheel from the very beginning, and we should always build on already existing knowledge and insights. And unless there is a specific research purpose to replicate the survey, so if we don't have that, so my point of view is to always search for something existing and build on that. And yeah, basically those are the main three aspects that I would like to highlight as a challenges to collaboration. And if I have opportunity, I would like also to talk about our collaboration with CRRC-Armenia, maybe at a later stage, but I will stop here and give the floor to other colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. I will definitely get back to that aspect. I wanted to maybe delve a little bit more into the specificity of the regional context, so the context of the Caucasus in relation to the challenges that we have been discussing so far. And I believe that some of the panelists also have experience in working or collaborating in different settings. So my question would be, to what extent do you find that these dynamics of lack of synchronization or challenges in coordinating between these entities in the Caucasus region are distinct from other contexts that you've worked in or that you might know about? Are there any similarities or any differences that, in your view, stand out? And how do these peculiarities of the context inform your approach in this domain? I don't know who wants to go first. Feel free to jump in.
Maybe I can start, Laura. I think that here it's a general problem that in South Caucasus, this is my personal opinion based on my experience, but it's really very difficult to do because of a lot of circumstances. Regional research projects where data collection is conducted in all three South Caucasus countries, and we as an organization have had to abandon some projects because we were unable to collect data in all three countries. And then the request was to conduct it for all three countries, and it was not possible, practically not possible. So I think that in this regard, what I observe is that more and more international actors are interested to start joint regional projects, and I'm pretty sure it will. The number of regional projects in South Caucasus will increase. I hope so, and I'm sure it will happen. And this means that this regional collaboration between maybe smaller actors, regional, countrywide, country actors like from Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Georgia, the need for collaboration will increase as well. So, because I think that the best way to do joint research in the region is to have, let's say, strong partnerships. And in case of such strong partnerships, it can happen. In this regard, CRRC is a very good example, having offices in Armenia and in Georgia and having this collaboration between them. And this is I get solid basis for further development. But also we have partners, actors in both countries, and trying to do joint research. But it's not easy. I would say data collection efforts in Azerbaijan are very hard, very difficult. I hope it will change. But also having done some more, let's say, work together with official data from Azerbaijan and Armenia and Georgia, here we also face some difficulties to synchronize this data, because although there are some common international methodologies how country statistical offices are working, still there are differences. And also I think that this is also very important that statistical offices in the region work together more intensively, and methodologies of data collection are even more synchronized. Thank you.
Thanks, Georgi. Maybe Sonia, you would like to add something to this, and it might be also a good opportunity, since we mentioned the different CRRC offices in the region, to bring back your experience in collaborating with CRRC-Armenia.
Thank you very much, Laura. So my example relates to the recent situation. I think that this is that happened in September 2023, and Sona also in her speech mentioned about this issue. So it was a unique situation, a crisis situation, when different donor organizations, research centers, and the government had to collaborate, and those not also to address the humanitarian needs, but also what kind of research should be carried out in the sector. So I joined the bank, and I was in charge of monitoring the situation, because we also had available funds to fund advisory services and analytics on the displaced population. So our main objective was to identify the channels through those we should provide maximum added value for the ministry and addressing the current needs of the government. And I think there was a positive approach and from the Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs to coordinate all the research efforts. And the ministry somehow mandated the UNICEF to carry out a comprehensive need assessment survey among the population. I guess this was the unique case where a ministry, the government was responsible for somehow coordinating all the research efforts and slowing down all the organizations that rushed into the field to carry out surveys, because it was like very unique and sensitive situation. And I'm not telling that everything was perfect in this aspect, but I think that this is a proactive and very thoughtful approach how we should address a crisis situation. And this is a good example of collaboration. For example, UNICEF, they drafted the survey questionnaire, and all other agencies contributed, reviewed, and provided their insight into the questionnaire. And then UNICEF was in charge of carrying out the survey, and the data were made available upon request to the other organizations. So this is a positive approach. And we also, as I said, we had available funds to carry out survey, but we didn't rush into doing that. So we slowed down. We waited until the dust settled down. We tried to carefully identify the needs of the ministry and the needs of the other governmental agencies. We tried to monitor what the other research centers and organizations are carrying out. And we try to identify the gaps where we actually can provide the maximum added value. And based on that, we designed the project, and the CRRC-Armenia is a consulting company. And we are now in the field work. And what is very unique about this project is that we just didn't draft the questionnaire and methodology in a week and carried out a survey very quickly. We basically gave 3-4 months to develop a methodology, and we engaged with all the stakeholders and government to have a shared view of the methodology, because this is also something that we want to institutionalized, like we want it to be repeated for the other phases. We will do the baseline survey, but we also want the statistical committee or the ministry to have the ownership and apply this tool for the other years. So what we and the topic is very, very I'm very excited about the topic that we are addressing through this research. It's about measuring integration, inclusion, and social cohesion among displaced population in Armenia. So it's something that I think there is a need to carry out such survey in Armenia. Also, it's worth to mention that it should be replicated for certain period of time to monitor the trends and the changes. What I am going to say with all this is that in similar situations, the research organization should be very careful, should be very respectful, and should be very thoughtful about their interventions, because we are dealing with people who have their emotional baggage and sensitivities, and we want we do not want to cause harm. That's the most important thing. And unless we don't have any particular project, we are going to do interventions in the field, and we aim to improve day-to-day life of people. We shouldn't do research in sensitive and critical situations only for research purposes, not followed by any practical implications. Yes, thank you very much. I will stop here.
Thank you. I don't know if Jana, you have something that you want to add to this question. Otherwise, I can move to another topic.
Just a comment. I don't have an experience of joint research, but I have an experience of implementing joint project where research was part of that in all 3 countries. I strongly agree with Georgi's perspective that it's really, really challenging to ensure the same quality and same at least access to the same type of data in all 3 countries. But I here would like to mention highlight the importance of research organizations being creative, agile, and trying to tailor the data collection to the particular specific situations of the countries. Let's say in 3 countries we implement this economic empowerment for women project, which is a project which touches the life of the very vulnerable, and we have to, I think research companies has a role to understand what can be the maximum, like the minimum sacrifice with the maximum results to be able to support in that situations. And in that case, maybe the creativity and agility is something that research companies also have to accept, that one size would not fit to everybody, and this is important to understand how we are making the maximum of the opportunities we have, so that people, especially those very vulnerable, are able to benefit fully. I'm more than sure research companies to do. I just wanted to reiterate the importance of being creative, agile in such situations, of helping donors, helping the implementers to find niches and evidence to work with.
Thanks. So all your insights are very interesting to me, even though I have a quite different, let's say, relationship to this field than you. But for the past 1.5 years, I have also been working as a researcher for a Horizon Europe project that studies democratization in the European neighborhood. So I can also, in a way, speak to the challenges of kind of overlapping research efforts within this type of projects that are funded by donors like the European Union. So in my field, it is not uncommon to see that multiple Horizon Europe funded research consortiums actually work on very similar topics and conduct field research in the same region at the same time, which of course, generates a lot of questions related to redundancy of the finding, survey fatigue, and also puts a strain on local communities, especially, as you rightly mentioned, in contexts of crisis, in contexts where these communities are also, in a way, vulnerable. So my question to you would be, in light of these challenges, and also considering your different roles within donor organizations and research centers, what innovative approaches or strategies do you believe that hold promise in addressing similar challenges? So do you see a room for more coordinated strategies in efforts in data collection, or is this impossible considering the certain structural characteristics of this field that we've also mentioned so far, like the need for evidence-based policy interventions, or the scarcity of funding, the competition for funding that exists also between different entities that implement these research projects. Who wants to go first? I think Jana is trying to unmute herself.
Yeah, I can go. I have some I gave some thinking. I think we underestimate the secondary data use. When I did my master's degree in the US, and when I was back in 2012, or equipped with all these different type of tools and data-driven processes, like you cannot do anything without data, you have to think about the limitations, etc. But the thing is that in Armenia, this last, I'm already here 12 years after I did my master's, it's very rare. I haven't met I haven't been in any situation where secondary data was discussed as an option. Maybe because there's the access to the data, is something that research companies are not considering. It's not open. We are not talking about it. Maybe we don't need somebody to come out from outside and say, let's open the data. I think research companies should be proactive themselves to offering secondary data. I mean, data is a secondary source to be used for certain types of researches. Sometimes I don't think people, I just think that the secondary data is underestimated, and the potential of secondary data being used in certain types of situations is something critical that we have to promote ourselves as well. Sona also talked about data being open, and I think or being closed for certain extents. We also have sometimes the situation that we are not opening data. It's very specific for the project. Sometimes it's sensitive for being shared, but I think each company that orders or orders the research and the companies that conduct the research have to also think what segment of the data should be also public and should be promoted as secondary data for others as part of their strategy, as part of their partnership, etc. I think one thing the second observation is that with little resources, we always find this important data. Sometimes when the project doesn't have enough resources to conduct the data, they are more proactively finding the relevant data to advise their interventions. I think sometimes before launching the research, we have to go through that exercise, imagining that we don't have money. So where this data can be found if we would not, we are pretty creative, and we even find very, very resourceful information. Recently, we had a very good cooperation with CRRC pitching accessibility of the primary health care in the remote areas. When we presented, CRRC presented the finding and UNDP presented the solution to the Ministry of Health, where, I mean, our project didn't have that opportunity and CRRC didn't have the mandate of offering the solutions. I mean, the finding was there, the problem was there, and in combination together, we were able to come up with pretty interesting advocacy intervention together. So I think these two things are very important. And the third thing that I would like to say, that I think within even the projects that are offering the data, we have to think, do we really need these big scale researches, or we have to think about more tailored work with the constituency, with the end users, collecting or learning with them. I mean, not putting a lot of stress very often on these big surveys, but more focusing on qualitative data collection, more of the diversifying our tools when we do the research, because these big surveys are very popular, fancy. You conduct, you prepare a report, you make an event, you talk, but maybe we also have to sometimes tailor the research product, the research approach to the projects. And sometimes probably we would not need this big data and repetition of the others, but using secondary data and doing smaller scale qualitative assessments to advise our interventions. This much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. Georgi or Sonia, would you like to share your thoughts on this in terms of innovative approaches or strategies that could address the challenges we've been discussing so far?
I can jump in, Laura. First of all, I totally agree what Jana said, because indeed, almost always as a representative of the, let's say, service provider type of organization, in this regard, you want to compete with others, and you need to be innovative, or at least you need to suggest some specific, unique data collection efforts so that you have a chance to win. So imagine, let's say, propose just the secondary data analysis and in a competition, and in this regard, the chances you will be chosen for service provision are not so high. So it means that I think that in this regard, I think that this cost-effective, I think Jana was meaning that maybe sometimes it's a cost-effective methods where let's say innovative in this regard might be very interesting approach, so that then service providers are not pushed to propose costly surveys in order to get, let's say, contracts. Second is, and I totally agree that this qualitative research methods are often disadvantaged, although maybe some in this discussion, and this is, we need also to understand this, because everybody who is representing research type institution, data collection, especially, let's say, quantitative data collection, is kind of a must. You need to do. People are more or less obsessed to do that, and so it is good, but it has also kind of downside risks. It makes everything costly, and at the same time, there are a lot of other problems with data collection in the region where data collection is not so advanced as it may be Western world. So also sometimes I also have a background of getting my education in Germany, and then you are, let's say, armed with methods and coming back to your country, and you want to apply those methods, and then you have a challenge, because sometimes it's not possible, because the way the data is collecting in Germany, or I don't know, in Belgium, it's at this point not possible to do the same in Georgia. And another point, not to be too long, I think the initiative should come from donors, and strategy should be defined by donors, because we as a research type institutions or consulting type institutions, we are let's say reacting on approaches big donors are proposing. So we are in this regard more service providers, especially if we don't represent academia and we are independent consulting companies or independent research institutions, having no core funding or having no sources in order to do our research for our research interests. And that's why I think that donor coordination is crucial, but also kind of programs that promote better, efficient research activities are very important. For this, I think that in this regard, bigger institutions have a chance to do so. And there are some interesting initiatives in Georgia promoted by USAID, where they try to synchronize, harmonize all data collection efforts within their programs. And I like this approach very much, because I might assume they understood that sometimes too much data is collected, sometimes it's even not efficient to do so, and sometimes those different findings based on different data and methodologies are more confusing than helpful. So that's why I think that donors should take a lead and coordinate more, at least within their programs. Sometimes it's hard to do it more broadly, but at least within their programs, it should be possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Georgi. I want to give the word to Sonia, but before doing that, I just want to encourage our audience to pose any questions that they might have in the chat, because we still have a few minutes left, so we will address them with our panelists. But now, Sonia, I also want to hear your thoughts on this question.
Thank you very much. I think my colleagues Georgi and Dejan excellently covered everything, so there is not much left to me to cover. So I will second Janna's opinion about the promoting qualitative data. So we have little appreciation of qualitative research. We are mostly obsessed with quantitative because we like to see numbers, figures, charts, and it's from the reader point of view, it's easier to look at the chart and have some insights than read the text. So. And yeah, this is really challenging. But on the other hand, a lot of data is already there. So, for example, we have Caucasus barometer, we have World Value Survey. World Bank is offering a huge database of indicators. The BDEM is offering indicators. So sometimes we need to know what is there and have a look at those available data, but also promote making more data available, and not only publishing reports, but making databases available. Because me, as a mostly quantitative researcher, I want to do my own analysis. I don't want to have I want to do my own regression analysis or correlations or anything, statistical tests. So sometimes data is there, but just we need to make sure that it's in a format that we require, and also we need to have a better understanding what is already available, and then add to that what is available. So another example that I want to bring is connect this related to our joint work with the CRRC, GIZ, and their consulting companies, Ameria and Civita. So we had the field work ongoing at the same time. What we did, we sit together and during a workshop, and we decided that we will make key insights from the field work available to each other. So we will share key insights and we will inform the research of each other. And this is a proactive approach. I think this is a very collaborative and thoughtful approach, how we can merge our joint efforts. So this is another type of not innovative, very conservative way of dealing with duplications. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So I don't think there's any questions so far from the audience, so I will once again encourage anyone who's listening to pose your questions. But maybe the panelists have questions to each other, or is there's anything you want to ask other panelists? We can also take the chance to do that, because we still have a few minutes. Well, if this is not the case, then I guess we can draw an end to this panel, because we are perfectly on time. So first of all, let me thank our panelists. So thanks, Jana, thanks, Sonia, and thanks, Georgi, for contributing with your very valuable insights into these discussions. Thanks to the audience for following, and I guess that this is going to be available. The recording of this panel is also going to be available later on. So yes, just let me wish you a pleasant rest of the conference and very insightful discussions ahead. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Laura.
Laura. Bye-bye.
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 Thank you all.
Bye.
Very much. And thank you, Laura, for an excellent moderation.
Thanks. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. And we are saying bye-bye to the current panelists, but we are going to soon welcome the next session's participants. And the next session is quite experimental, I have to say. We have named it Looking Beyond Surveying, Innovative and Alternative Strategies for Keeping Up with the Public. And this is a sip and chat session, which means that we are expecting that our speakers would hopefully come in with a drink of some kind and maybe share their insights in an unmoderated and completely non-formal format. And we hope that this will spark up a conversation that will allow us all to just go a little bit beyond the unconventional, or rather the conventional strategies of understanding public opinion and trying to question some of the things that are that have become standard and normal for everyone. So we also encourage everyone beyond the scope of this session to maybe grab a drink or two and join us in a sip and chat session, which will start in a couple of minutes. And for now, we will allow you to take the time to get a drink if you wish. So I will leave you for now, but please stick around and come back to us with final session of this day before we wrap up. See you soon. All right, our speakers are slowly joining us. Please allow us a few moments.
Hi, everyone.
Hello.
I will check if I'm heard well. Hi.
Hi, Nina. You're heard perfectly.
Thank you. Hi, all.
Hi, RP.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes. We're waiting for our third speaker, and then I will pass it on to you guys.
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Hi, Pratiksha.
Hi. I had been speaking for a while, but okay, now I can talk.
Oh, okay, perfect. Good that we can hear each other now. Since everyone is here, RP, I lost you on the display, but I'm sure you can hear us probably.
I hear you. I just want to make
right.
my headphones work. So please.
Sure.
Just
You take your time. I will just have a quick introduction, and then I will leave the floor to folks. So thank you for joining this informal sip and chat session. We have three very interesting speakers with us. We have RP Manusyan, social researcher. We have Nino Samkharadze, policy analyst from Georgia Institute of Politics, and we have Pratiksha Tiwari, university assistant and pre-doc at Department of Education, University of Vienna. And as I said, this is an unmoderated trialogue, so I'm going to leave the floor to you. You can organize yourselves the way that you feel most comfortable. And I hope that you managed to also get a drink. I did manage to get a drink. I'm having white wine, and I'm going to sit back and enjoy the conversation. And yeah, without further ado, I'm passing the floor to you.
Thanks, Ike.
hello, girls.
Hello. Let's start with a
Hi.
quick introduction of how we engage with our human participants in our research.
With what? With human? I didn't hear you, sorry.
Just a moment. Perhaps we can start with discussing on how we engage with the public, who the public is for our research.
Yeah, I could launch. I don't know, just to somehow jump into this silence. So as I was correctly introduced, I'm a policy analyst from Georgia. I'm basically working on policy relevant recommendations for the government or different stakeholders based on the research conducted on Europeanization and democratization of Georgia in different dimensions. Based on this small background, we very frequently address the general trends which are given in terms of numbers, in terms of public attitudes in Georgia and beyond as well, but basically in Georgia. And in general, public in Georgia is technically the key focus, which legitimizes basically the key findings, key ideas, what to research, how to research, and about what we have to suggest the policy recommendations to the government. So I personally, and I truly believe that all my colleagues do perceive ourselves as kind of bridging the ideas circulated within the public opinions, and to bring them into recommendations, translate them into recommendations, and bring them to the government or international stakeholders or other interested subjects, such as for example, even civil society organizations. So in Georgia, especially now, when key political developments, I don't know to what extent you're following the public developments in Georgia now, but especially now, public and legitimization coming from the public opinion is crucially important for us. This is how could I wrap my answer on your first question. Thank you.
It wasn't really a question. I just wanted to get the ball rolling.
Yeah.
Nino, would you like to go, or?
Maybe we can start like discussing what our approach towards public opinion surveys are, and whether we have like more critical stance towards them, or do we as researchers also conduct them with self-reflection, or I don't know.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that now, like me as a like critical social researcher, I think that it is important to once more like politicize the issue of public opinion surveys, and go beyond the assumption that we as researchers can be somehow objective within this turbulent within this multiple turbulences and crises that our societies and many other societies go through, and whether we can stand like objective researchers and approach public with our questions, or we need to once more, as Burjo was saying, like approach public opinion surveys as a political category, and ask ourselves like whether our questions, research questions, have any important meaning to the society, to the general public, or they are interesting only to us as researchers. For me as a researcher, these are two important questions when we discuss public opinion surveys. Like, can we talk about them as not like objective research, but as a research studies that are dealing with like multiple dimensions of crisis, transformations, issues, and how do we position ourselves within these crises. Maybe this can be like an interesting starting point for our discussion. I don't know.
Should I go now?
Yeah.
For my doctoral research, I am straddling two horses at the same time. One aspect is policy analysis, and the other is ethnographic fieldwork, which is yet to happen. And I'm currently at the stage of data analysis, policy analysis, and my research is focused on the use of technologies in rural education in India and China. And I mean, both the countries have systemic historical issues related with rural education, and like with everything else, technology is the silver bullet solution. You just put technology in schools and all the problems go away. And the way the whole narrative is constructed, presenting technology as the most effective intervention which can be made, I would say has a back and forth relationship with public opinion. So
people's ideas about what technology is capable of, what technology can do, often unfounded ideas. But so there is this back and forth between policy and public opinion. And in my research, I'm going to be looking at public opinion when I do my ethnographic work, because that's the second part of it, how policies construct the importance, the value of technology for reforming education, whereas what the community ends up thinking about it. So in this manner, the second part of my PhD will be concerned with understanding what the target community's opinions are.
I think you touch an important question, because usually and more oftenly, public opinion surveys are used by policy analysts, policymakers, but we sometimes, I think, forget about the public, the society from whom we are gathering this information, and what we do with this information afterwards, after coming to our, I don't know, offices or to our apartments to analyze these numbers, these percentages. We often forget about the public and their needs. And I think in this approach of staying objective to the reality or to social and political situations in various countries and societies, we also forget, and we are not that much into how our research data can be used. And I think that not only by policy makers, but by those who are in power, by authorities, and I think that in general, like, societies are tired of us, researchers, whether we do qualitative or quantitative research studies. Usually our research studies are more used by those who are in power than by those who are oppressed or in need of gaining like more power or more voice.
From my side, I could share about public. I don't know, based on the Georgian example specifically, I don't have any globalized and generalized findings about it, but in Georgia, public opinion surveys are the basic instruments in our hand to know actually what we are talking about. We definitely know that Georgian society is, for example, pro-European, basically based on those numbers which are shown in different public opinion surveys. But on the other hand, I cannot avoid the challenge which RP mentioned in her word, that I'm not sure to what extent it is exhaustion of the society with the researchers or public opinion surveys, but it's basically kind of clashes between the polls, especially before the elections, when different powers are presenting their own numbers. So some of them are speculated, some of them might be very much objective, and at some point people might lose their trust, and those numbers might lose their credibility. Even when we are talking about methodological depth of the public opinion surveys, and this depth is sometimes beyond the understanding of broader masses, and it's getting harder and harder to explain to the society why those numbers are true, why the others are not true. Again, I'm basically working on European integration of Georgia in the framework of my policy analysis, and regarding European integration, it's kind of easier in Georgia because it's more or less stable, like numbers are stable there, and also qualitative indicators are also salient, like why Georgian people are pro-European, for example. But for example, when it comes to the national priorities of Georgian society, and you're looking at top 5 priorities, which might change slightly, but basically they are mostly related to economy, unemployment, and inflation, and etc. Then questions are coming like how those numbers are reflecting the kind of reality. And sometimes public is losing trust about connection of those numbers and the objective reality. And this is another battleground, I think, for us, for researchers, to explain to the society why those numbers matter, or probably they don't. But at some point in Georgia, it's this stage of Georgia's political life, which is very much turbulent, absolutely insane right now. It's getting harder and harder to ensure credibility of the public into the professional research. So this is kind of upsetting trend, which makes our researcher job harder, I think, at some point. But on the other hand, this is the social sciences. This is how it works with different networks, different layers. So this is how we should come up with new research questions. For example, how we can restart probably new approaches in terms of our researches. I don't know. Yeah, this is what comes to my mind as of now in terms of challenges related to public. But yeah, that's pretty much from my side. I don't know how other experiences might work.
Well, as far as the question of fatigue is concerned, I have experienced it firsthand, and I've also seen how it translates into misleading results, especially if we are doing surveys, because so there are these rural communities and there are a lot of NGOs and there are researchers who go there, and every year 2 or 3 projects are happening at the same time, and people now kind of know what answers are wanted from them. So they are trying to get over with it as easily as possible. No shade on them. They are not wrong in doing it, but we really need to think apart from surveys, because I cannot blame the communities to be fatigued by it. And often if they give you an answer which says, please explain or something, then they know that they'll then have to sit for an interview, and this is going to take even more time. And as academic researchers, at least, I believe it's hard for us to present results from our research in a material way, in a tangible way within the community, which can be even further frustrating. And I think there's a question in the Q&A, alternative strategies apart from surveys. And one thing which worked for me when I worked with a rural community was a town hall of sorts. And from my experience, I've seen that when people see others talking about something, they also feel more confident and more likely to tell you what they feel, more than just being able to give pre-programmed answers, yes, no, or I mean, if we really care about nuance in this situation, I've found town halls to be a good idea. I've heard similarly about focus groups, but I've not worked with those.
Well, from my end, I don't think focus groups might be the alternative, like substantive alternative for the public opinion surveys, because focus groups basically for me is very much valuable method to read between the lines, read between the numbers suggested by the public opinion survey. So at the end of the day, focus groups are giving you much of the content rather than the generalized picture. So even if you are, how many focus groups you should conduct, for example, if you are researching foreign policy feelings or attitudes within the particular region of Georgia, for example. So methodologically, it might be a total mess if we rely all our findings about public opinion, once again, or focus groups or even interviews, because it might go beyond our physical resources, financial resources, even intellectual resources. If you start conducting focus groups in order to identify what is the public opinion about the certain issue. So it would be very naive at this point, I believe, to search some really good alternative of public opinion surveys in order to identify how public opinion looks like in a certain country. So there is another probably the thread for thinking. Just it should be somehow shaped new methodology. I mean, alternative methodology based on the concrete subject which you are researching. So if I am talking on behalf of the foreign policy researcher, probably some, I don't know, researcher from agrarian field might have a different alternative to suggest to find out how, for example, rural society in Georgia or in Armenia or in any country perceives different policies. So I'm not sure about different policy areas. So we could probably launch new ideas of conferences or researches or discussions, which should be broader discussions based on the concrete specialties and areas of research. But in terms of general public opinion about policy relevant issues, I mean, I don't see any alternative. I'm so sorry for my very much negative answer to the question from our audience, but probably this is also because of my lack of knowledge in quantitative research. Basically, I'm oriented on qualitative one throughout my 5 years long working in terms of EU integration of Georgia. But I don't have any hope that we will find something more substantial as an alternative of public opinion surveys.
I'm sorry, I've lost my internet connection at some point, but I think that it's if we can't think about the alternatives to public opinion surveys, maybe we can think about the alternative ways of approaching public opinion surveys, not like eliminating them, because they are a huge part of social research and social science, and we can't say that like we are like we are not using this methodology, it's not, it's useless, etc. But maybe we can change our approach to them, how we deal with those percentages, how we analyze them. Maybe we can go deeper into them, and as Nino said, like to interpret those percentages and numbers in a way that the general public and other layers of society can more deeply understand the issues and not only see those numbers. And I think one of the way of doing so is like really going beyond this perception that we can like sit in our rooms and research some social or political issues and be objective ones. Maybe we can like position ourselves within those issues and contribute to the analysis more deeply as a way. And another way can be like really self-reflecting whether those questions that we are asking to the general public, whether they are really that kind of important, really have that kind of importance for people, or maybe there are lots of other issues that like people in our societies live with. We are doing more like qualitative research studies, and we are going to various regions in Armenia. And one of the main research methodologies that we use are focus group discussions. And when we do these deep, in-depth discussions, we see that there are lots of issues, mainly social economic issues that are that people are more concerned of than like those issues that are presented in Armenian media, like more like connected with, I don't know, Nagorno-Karabakh issues. Those are really, are also very important, but there are a huge part of social and economic issues that are people are concerned with, but we rarely see these kind of concerns in the media, or because these are more difficult issues, and politicians do not want to go into them, and it is more like easier to manipulate with numbers and percentages dealing with, I don't know, political issues more. So I think that the alternative can be like changing our way of dealing with public opinion surveys, rather than eliminating them or seeking alternatives that would say that these kind of research studies are not useful at all.
I think when we are talking about reshaping our own attitudes towards surveys, perhaps something which should happen before that or simultaneously would be, I won't say informing, but maybe refreshing people's ideas about what research is and what it can do. Because as long as those whose opinion we want to understand do not find it to be a useful exercise, I'm not sure how much any refined method could do for us. And to me, it seems like a hard job. Again, from my example in the past, when I was there conducting interviews with principals, this is a rural part of India, they were keen to know if I could bring, so my work was focused on use of technology in public schools. And they wanted to know if I would be able to, or if I would be donating some computers and some other infrastructure for this, for the questioning. So they are assuming that I'm questioning all of these things. I think that maybe the school should use technology. And I had to explain that, no, this is not something I would be able to do. I'm only trying to understand your perspectives and then try to inform policy in some way. And they lost interest. They lost interest very quickly. And again, I'm not blaming them, but when I look at their material conditions, I have to agree with the fact that they have a lot of responsibilities in which they are engaged in, and often a research project like this is kind of made obligatory for them. They are doing it as a favor, and if they, yeah, I mean, what I'm basically trying to say is that I or we as researchers need to do things differently so that they can see some value in doing these surveys or interviews with us.
Because you are touching a very important question, like whether a researcher can bring social change or not, or whether we see ourselves there as a person or as a profession who contributes to social and political change in our countries or not. And I also see this attitude from people who are engaged in our research studies, that they think that when we go to them and ask questions, that means that we can also help with their social economic condition. And you are right, they can also answer our questions, also not having that much opinion on them, because maybe they have never thought about those questions, maybe, and they are just answering our questions because we have articulated those questions, we have articulated and presented those questions as problems, and they are answering them. And then we present this information as something that is dealing with the majority or the opinion of majority. And this is also very much used by those who are in power to legitimize their politics, referring to the majority. But they usually do not know what are people thinking about, or what are people's in-depth concerns and thoughts. But the issue that you were mentioning, I think, is relevant in Armenia and in Georgia, and I think in anywhere that researchers go. There is, I think, this disconnection between people and those who research social issues. And I think that one of the problems is to somehow reconnect ourselves with the general public. And I think that it will take huge work on self-reflection and self-criticism.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how we're going now. Sorry. What's happening here?
We realized this format is quite experimental, and we were actually expecting that there will be awkward silences in between, but that is totally fine. We fully support that, and I just thought that maybe this would be a good point to jump in and ask a question that I personally have as well, but might also interest the audience, to which I again encourage to ask your questions in the Q&A. But I was wondering if you could share a little bit your insights on if public opinion only exists on some matters, if we can overall like agree on this, that we can measure public opinion on some matters. How do you think that researchers can identify the matters or the questions in which public opinion does exist? Or does not exist, whichever you want to go. But what is the formula of identifying those questions that aren't supposed to be asked to the public, and those that are fine to be asked? If you could share a little bit.
Haik? Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Haik, yeah. Just before you came in with the question, and thank you very much for breaking the awkward silence. I was thinking about technologies and if that could be in some ways brought in to make, well, I think at the moment, the consensus among us is that surveys cannot be done away with, and we probably need to rethink our relationship with surveys as an instrument and our relationship with the public in order to ask questions which are relevant to them, because we understand that our material situations can really constrain what we can research and what we cannot. And again, the question of fatigue. And at the risk of sounding like a techno-optimist, I was just thinking if in some ways, because if I have to speak only about India and China, which my research is focused on, micro technology like this is very, very common with people. So people may not have personal computers or laptops, but everybody would have a phone. And yeah, I'm just talking off the top of my head, just trying to think, how can I bring, or if we can bring technology in a meaningful way. And it seems like the public, the audience feels that there are plenty of other methods to discover public opinion. I wonder if we could ask them.
Yeah, please, dear public, dear attendees, drop in your ideas if you also think that you have some alternative suggestions that could be discussed or could be considered. And I just to quickly respond, I realize I'm now becoming part of the session, which is not what I want to do. But you raised a very interesting matter, I think, in terms of how technology can be meaningfully incorporated into public opinion research. I think a while ago I saw I was reading an article that did exactly what you were saying, using a phone app for as a tool for self-administered polling and self-administered questionnaire. And I think the researchers in that particular case, I do not recall the context, but the researchers went even beyond just the use of the polls within the app. I think the app was made to be a game of some kind, where people are engaging with the app and with its interface. And then what happens is their participation or their usage of the app is also providing some data to the researchers. So this is maybe something that could feed off the continuation of the discussion in case you feel like you want to carry on with that. But if we could also go back to my question, which was mostly about how we can identify the domains where the public opinion doesn't exist. Do you have any reflections on this? Any of you?
Well, from my side, I have.
Sorry.
Oh, Vice Versa.
Sorry, Nina, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so I totally agree with the idea that relevance for the individual relevance of the question is the key criteria through which you have to raise the question. In terms of relevance, at some point, for example, in Georgia, in some village, if you're asking a question about some I don't know, some very issue about, for example, political parties, where political parties are not the subject of interest at all, you might receive some misleading answer from them. Of course, this is a risk. So I don't know how this relevance should be homogenized throughout the country, for example, or throughout the particular society. But at least I think that we need to rethink about how we can keep relevance of the question. Another issue is even if the question is not relevant for a particular respondent or particular society, I think formulation of the question should be like, I'm not the part of methodology builder of public opinion surveys, but this is how I imagine that question itself should not be interpretable by the respondent, regardless its educational level, for example, or area of his or her daily businesses or jobs, or I don't know, even regardless the age, for example, or gender. So the question should be very neutral and sharp, which I can imagine is the hardest job of the field workers, so for public opinion surveys. And lastly, probably it's a matter of choices. What are the alternatives to which the respondent should answer to? And those alternatives, I don't know to what extent the open questions work, to what extent the multiple choices work in this regard. I am talking now about the technicalities, I know, but public opinion, at the end of the day, we have to just accept that public opinion, even within the numbers, are very much interpretable always, because the high support of EU integration, for example, in mountainous Georgia might be defined through the different motivations rather than in center of the country, in Tbilisi, for example. So yeah, the question is hard, but I think I don't have nothing to suggest as a new bicycle, but what I listed is also my demand, kind of, for me as a researcher, like a policy analyst, not a public opinion researcher or sociologist. My demand is that those numbers should be kind of non-interpretable as much as it is possible, because I perfectly understand that every single motivation of every individual answer, even both answers or all the answers are yes, all those yeses might be very much differently shaped in different parts of the society. So I don't think that we can use the wording like public opinion does not exist somewhere about a certain issue. It just shaped or defined or motivated due to the different circumstances or motivation or backgrounds. That's why I don't know how homogeneous or generalization of those numbers could be justified in this case, but probably we can think further about, not we, but quantitative researchers basically can think about how numbers can reflect the reality as much as it is possible. Yeah, I cannot say a bit more about this. I don't think there was something new in my answer, but this is my feeling when I have used those numbers in my researches. So that's it.
If I could ask a question to Heike. So as far as so if I'm stating this correctly, your question was how we could find out issues on which public opinion exists. Is that the question?
Yes,
Yeah.
or does not exist, or the matters where it's really, you know, senseless to try to get their opinion, because sometimes we're asking the questions and then we're realizing that the person is really thinking about their own opinion. So they're forming their opinion on the go rather than they have the opinion which we are measuring. So how do we know these boundaries?
Yeah, because my question would have been that what is the purpose of conducting something like this? I mean, to what end are we trying to find questions where public opinion exists or it doesn't?
I think we should have like that kind of reservation to all kind of research studies that we do, whether they are qualitative or quantitative, because those people who like formulate those questions, those are we as researchers, and I think that maybe we can open our minds and in a way go into the public, into the society with open-ended questions, rather than suggesting our questions, like really asking people what are they concerned with, what are their daily concerns are, how they see their lives, the social and political situation, what are the most important questions that they are living with. Because even when we have a very certain concrete research topic that we are trying to find out with focus group discussions. First, we just ask people what are their problems are now. And usually they start to talk about problems that do not have that much connection with our research questions. And those are more commonly like social economic situation of their families and the country. And then when you ask like your research questions, they elaborate on them. They have like certain opinion on them, but as you said, it can be like very ongoing, and you see that they are like forming their opinion during your research. And I think that we sometimes forget that research is not only about learning from the public and not only like revealing public opinion, but also forming public opinion. We ask questions, and with those questions, we somehow form some kind of concepts, categories, and maybe this is also another way of approaching public opinion surveys, not only as something that we learn from society, but some kind of reciprocity. And in a way, we are also forming kind of questions that can become point of matter. I don't know.
This reminds me of a project which was put in place. It wasn't a very long-lived project, but when we had a new party forming their government in Delhi, and they launched an app, and they said, whatever your grievances are, whatever your concerns are, please let us know through this app. It would have a few categories. You could put your thought, your concern, your issue into one of those. And it also invited you to attach pictures or videos if you could. So for example, if there's a lot of garbage around your place which doesn't get cleaned, even though somebody is assigned over there. So when I think about it now, it makes me feel that, yes, the government may not be able to anticipate everything the city, the people of the state are concerned about, and this could be a good way of crowdsourcing ideas, crowdsourcing problems to solve.
Thank you for those. I was just waiting for a few seconds to see if Nina also wanted to jump in, but we just have two more two questions that were asked in the Q&A channel, so maybe I can help put them through into the platform. These are actually quite connected, I think, these two questions, but one question is about what do you think about big data? Can big data cover part of the representative surveys or take on the functions of the representative surveys? And then I will also go ahead with the second question because I think, again, they are pretty connected. Which are the places that we can find public opinion without asking for it, given that sometimes this opinion is already in a way researched or like somehow available, somehow observable. What are these places where we can look for this public opinion? Yeah.
Most salient space might be the social media, but it's really hard to control the credibility of social media as well. So the general trends being salient in social media are different type of public opinion, I would say. Still, those type of public opinions need to be considered by the researchers, how it works, but again, I am not a methodologist in this regard, but very much logically, I cannot identify other spaces where you can just without conducting any like behavioral research or inside research or experimental research, like when you're going in the field and living there throughout the time, and then you're making your own conclusions about what type of attitudes this particular community has. Otherwise, this is just my knowledge of methodological alternatives. I'm not jumping into the question about big data, because once again, I'm more kind of consumer of public opinion polls rather than insider of how it's made. But in terms of credibility, of course, we can still continue thinking somehow how we can keep credibility in different types of areas, even where public opinion does not exist. Once again, I strongly doubt that this formulation is kind of accurate, but this is just my feeling. Every single unit has a public opinion. It's just our job to reveal how those public opinions are shaped, and this is the power of qualitative research for me now. This is where I'm stopping answering to those questions. Hopefully I will listen to more expertise about this.
I think it can be kind of trap of overestimating like the social networks, and to regard them as a place where we can get a public opinion, because there are many people who can be like out of social networks, what we do with those opinions that do not exist, and whether those opinions that exist in social networks, how much there are like real people, fakes, etc. I don't want to go more, like in details, but I think that it would be important to go into public sphere, like social institutions, educational institutions, streets, apart, like the buildings where we live, our relatives, our families, enlarged families. Not only media can also be like a source of public opinion, but I think we can go into like the real public spheres to gather public opinion. And I think we can go to the institutions that actually form those opinions, meaning educational system, like schools, universities. I think those are the huge part of places where public opinion and various aspects of knowledge are being articulated and formed. We can go to the streets. We can go to shops, supermarkets. I think that those real places are also important to hear what are people like talking about, and not only stay on the technology level. I think it's important, but not necessarily enough. And I'm not also that much, I don't have that much expertise on big data, so maybe I will skip the question as Nina.
Thank you. I think the insights that we're gathering are, at least to me, directing towards still hybrid methods. That we're talking about qualitative methods, we're talking about technology-assisted research. We are talking about, well, some of us, or at least in the discussions, big data comes up, social media comes up, with all of them having their own, limitations and difficulties. But I guess that what this, I really like that this discussion is not univocal. Like it's not giving any one of us one final answer or one final solution that will be universal, because the society is, I guess, not very it's not really universal itself. So we really need to adapt the methods. This is just my personal opinion or take on this. But I really appreciate this multi-perspective approach this. This is really what looking beyond, I think, implies, and this platform was also created for that. But I just wanted to give one final, because we are getting close to the end of the session, one final opportunity, if in case you have any other thoughts that came up in this process, to add them so that we don't miss them, and then we will wrap it up. If anyone
I
wants
can
to.
start again, or
No, go on, Nina.
probably not. Okay, sorry for this interruption, but my final word would be, which I usually see as a challenge, probably, is that we should not seek the alternatives as such of public opinion surveys. We should seek how we can enrich those numbers or those findings, how we can make insurances for those numbers, how we can interpret them in a correct way. Sometimes, as I mentioned partially, or Heike, you also very correctly mentioned, when the respondent is answering a question, you should know at some point if, for example, his or her football team won or lost last night. So, and this might change your answer. So such kind of small, very much nuances, details, which define our answers, our perceptions towards the universe in general, should be just filled from the other dimension of methodological approaches, rather than replacing or giving up with the conducting of public opinion surveys. Those numbers, even if they are, I don't know, dry, empty, I don't know what kind of metaphor to use here, but you got me, I'm sure. Even if those numbers are emptied from the context, we definitely need them. We need them in order to identify for ourselves what to explain exactly then, what to interpret, what to research further. So I would not seek any alternatives. I would not seek any substitutes or something, but I would seek how we can fill the gaps, fill the empty parts of those numbers, and that's it. It's kind of work of collaboration of sociologists, political scientists, and etc. and etc. So thank you for this opportunity. If it's my last word here, it was really interesting experience to me as well, to somehow chat, not speak on behalf of my organization or my personal research background. So thank you for this very much engaging and interesting experience. It was kind of experimental to me too. So good luck with the conference. To the next sessions. Georgians now are going outside, probably in the streets. So this is how we are fortifying our public opinion for the Europe. Thank you so much to the organizers.
Thank you for the kind words, Nina. It was a pleasure having you. And Pratiksha, RP, did you want to have your some final thought as well before we close?
I think it would be like my final question, not like thought, but question that I'm also asking myself during this last couple of years as a researchers. Are we still relevant to the social and political transformations, crises, turbulences that our societies are going through, and how we catch up with those processes? And this is the question that I think is important for researchers to think about. Are we still relevant to the society, and whether our research studies help our societies somehow to overcome all these issues, or are they just thing in itself that we do because we are scientists, because we are interested, or because our donors are interested on those questions? And thank you very much for this opportunity, for this discussion. It was really very insightful. Thank you, Heike. Thank you, CRRC, and other panelists and participants for the questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Arpijan. And Pratiksha?
Yeah. For concluding words, I would like to add to what Arpi and Nina were discussing a while ago about social networks, social media as a hunting ground for public opinion. I would only like to say that maybe we are not going to find very articulate questions or thoughts there, but we might still find some points of departure. We hear some murmurs happening, and then we can go out looking for these things. Like Arpi said, we can go out on the streets, or we could go to the newspapers, or we could go to schools and other institutions. We should, depending upon what we are seeking to find, we should also not limit ourselves only to gentrified areas. So even if it's a question about education, I'm sure we can find public opinion outside of schools and higher institutions. But that's where I would like to stop. And thank you very much, Haik. And thank you to CRRC for organizing this very interesting format of discussion. And thank you to Nina and Arpi as well. I really had a lot of fun.
Thank you, Pratiksha, and thank you once again to the three of you for this very interesting discussion. This was a very,
At the end of the day, you still had to moderate.
Yes, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. I hope I did not come in too much. I tried to be a medium between the questions that are in our heads and then you as our speakers. But we also, all of us, understand the experimental nature of this, and thank you for also going with this. This is also new, as you said, perhaps for many of us. But yeah, thank you very much. We're closing this session, and we hope that you will join us tomorrow as well. And I am now passing the floor to my colleague Zach for a quick wrap up, and I'm leaving you guys, Zach, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Haik. So I'll just quickly wrap up. So thank you again to everyone who's participated today. I think we've touched on a lot of topics that, especially in today's current political environment, are certainly important. And I think they've highlighted a lot of the nuance required to address public opinion surveying, and so on. So I'll discuss a bit of the programming for tomorrow. It looks like we have we have a keynote speaker tomorrow at 2 o'clock again. Then we will have two panels. The first panel, have we worn out the public in the South Caucasus? Field researchers might know. So we have several panelists here who work directly with the public in their work. So hopefully they'll be able to shed some light on what people are actually saying. After that, we have a panel addressing survey fatigue, strategies for engaging the public. And again, we have several researchers who will be able to comment on strategies for engaging the public for different populations. So we look forward to seeing you all again tomorrow, seeing you in the chat. Come ready with questions. We look forward to carrying on the conversation to tomorrow, and hopefully encouraging more conversations to happen even among people participating today, and hopefully beyond, outside of this chat room, and in the greater research world in the Caucasus. So thank you again to everyone who is here today, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.